The outcome is that yes, is fragmented and slow. The issue, therefore, is not that we lack ideas. The outcome is that we do not understand what to do. The issue is that our structures do not sustain action long enough to produce meaningful change. Implementation is often left to chance. Financing is short-term, and political cycles interrupt continuity. In essence, we have built a strong foundation of knowledge, but a weak superstructure of practice. Until we address this imbalance, the research practice gap will remain a symptom of deeper systemic failures. If Africa is to move from research to reality, then our approach must change. First, financing must align with our ambitions. Agricultural research and implementation cannot depend on irregular donor support or short-term project funding. We need long-term blended financing mechanisms that support innovation from experimentation through to adoption. Second, we must strengthen institutional coordination. Ministries, research institutions, universities, and private actors must operate under a coherent framework that aligns objectives, timelines, and reporting systems. Third, we must invest in capacity, not only technical capacity, but managerial and entrepreneurial capacity that can translate knowledge into viable business models. And finally, we must protect policy continuity. Agricultural transformation cannot happen within a single political term. It requires stable institutions that survive transitions and maintain a shared national vision. At African Agribusiness Consortium, we have tried to model this approach partnerships with scientists, financiers. We have seen how collaboration, when supported by source resources and guided by data, can deliver results, but cannot remain the work of a few institutions. It must become a collective national agenda. Development partners, donors, and investors must begin to channel resources not only to studies and pilots, but to channel to not only, and investors must begin to channel resources not only to studies and pilots, but also to implementation plans that can demonstrate tangible impact. Economists is one of such platforms, but to integrate research, policy, and enterprise under one coordinated. Any financier supporting AAC is therefore not an act of goodwill, but an investment in Ghana's capacity to transform knowledge into food security, jobs, and economic competitiveness. Distinguished guests, I believe Africa's problem has never been a lack of research or innovation. Our challenge has been the inability to sustain what we start. We have traveled widely, learned from others, and designed excellent frameworks, but we often stop of whole execution. The time has come to change that. We must act on what we know, finance what we believe in, and protect what we build. As an African proverb reminds us, knowledge is like a garden. It is not cultivated. It is not be harvested. The land has already been cultivated by our research.
to them.
Our university and our family.
Yes. So now we can control everything from this board. Whatever they see that is coming from this board. Right now we can control. No, we can't. If it change, nothing change. It's going to happen in minutes. So, I was saying that now instead of them seeing we can put everything in slides. And if that putting slides, they will put the slides so that we can put it and also with the. But if you do it like this, it means that whenever I'm changing something, you also get affected at the same time. If I'm changing that, it will be affected. But if you do it,
Advancing research, policy, and practice in our agricultural space. Your work is essential in shaping the thinking that must guide Africans' food system for the future. I am hopeful that the deliberation, collaborations, and insights shared at this year's conference will inspire new partnerships and catalyze solutions that will not remain on paper, but find expression in our farms, markets, policies, and institutions. On behalf of the African
okay, send it this one time. You will look.
Growth and influence. May this year's conference be a fruitful one, and may the knowledge generated here empower us to build a more resilient, competitive, and prosperous agricultural future for Ghana and ultimately for Africa.
So make them like
I wish us all a successful and impactful conference. Thank you very much.
With that speech, the conference is already a full one.
Again, they'll ask you to do, we don't change the group of what?
Right innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the CEO of AA Let's Application.
I guess a true PowerPoint that I will share. I won't share that thing if I know. I just
and so I would invite the woman's power in our midst.
you know, don't get the You say they said something to her. I think it takes any diet. It takes any. I'm ready. You can't change that with the word. So go change that for the video. I think we'll some with the web. It's open. When she's ready, it's open. When she's ready. Yeah. You
have to present something.
There's a video. Yeah, Then we'll bring them outside, come here. Then we'll do for here. Presentation. So let's put the presentation.
Everything.
We use some example. Being back. If they can bring it at once, so that we'll compile it. And then
Specific.
you mean just
2015, served as director of the development of the Department of Rural Economy and Agriculture, based at the highly developed production available 2015. Deputy regional have also been the regional it became both agriculture
Yes, so now they see over the yeah. I know that. Yes, what you. I beg, take to the front door. Yeah, this one. Yes, please. Yeah, I know what's up. I know you'll be the machine. If I do open up again, you go. If the audio will count, if I open up 3 times, it will count. With the board. The board. It's working on. It's working on.
Fruitful deliberation. I believe you are holding your conference at a moment where
The morning
bold leadership, sound policies, innovation, and stronger partnerships
are
required
so you are fixing it.
to accelerate the agri-food system transformation we all seek. Agri-food system transformation is the foundation for sustainable development, prosperity, and modernization for Africa. Because Africa holds the key to a world free from hunger and poverty. Nowhere else can we unlock such a scale of progress. And yet, the pace and scale of transformation remain insufficient. The potential is well known, the constraints equally so. Please allow me to highlight few persistent challenges.
It's not.
Governance and policy weaknesses, particularly policy inconsistencies, is limiting institutional capacity, while accountability is slowing reforms. Huge infrastructure and value chain deficits, roads, storage, processing, cold chains, and logistics remain inadequate, leading to high post-harvest
Why the boy shy like that? No. I think the more audio keyboard of the job, so putting the audio keyboard. The the job.
All right.
That one want me to check and see what's up.
We have to take the sound technology we were introducing now. Yes. So while waiting, there's another very detailed presentation we have. Okay, they put that presentation together. So I would want to invite Dr. Fabian Eber, who is the technical advisor on sustainable cocoa from the European Forest Institute. He has a presentation on sustainable cocoa initiative and then takes the microphone. I would want to say a little bit about her. She is a sustainable cocoa technical advisor at the European Forest Institute based in John. You're actually based in the program. The headquarters is in previously, she was a policy and advocacy project coordinator at Fair Trade Advocacy Office from 2007 to 2013. And is the senior project manager at Fair Trade International from 2014 to 2017. She also held positions at their International Solidaire, German Society for International Cooperation, Christian Aid, to an international address duly here. Fabian received a diploma degree from ECO.
I think what's going on yeah, sounds because the morning to play videos, then they will walk, but the point that sounds like to the point out. So that's I want to show you something. Yeah. I'm not sure about
So, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak today in one of the best universities of Ghana. Yes. Said I work for the European Forest Institute. It's an international organization made up, funded by European states. The headquarters are in Finland. It's a research and policy institute working on essentially on European forest, but it has also now an international partnership department based in Spain, which works on policy and technical assistance support to partner countries in tropical countries. So I work in that department, and I worked under the Sustainable Cocoa Program, which is funded by the EU. And we're one of the 4 implementing partners. The Food and Agriculture Organization is also an implementing partner, the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, and the German International Development Corporation, GIZ. So it was a bit fast. So before I want to tell you a bit about sustainability in the cocoa sector. It's a vast topic, quite complex topic. I only have 15 minutes. I'm not sure I can do it justice, but at least I'll share a few thoughts, and then we will have a panel discussion and we can go through. And I will give you a short overview of the European regulation on deforestation, which is going to come into application quite soon. So, yeah, next slide, please. So, next slide. Yes. So before going into sustainability in cocoa, I just wanted to take a step back and think back to what is sustainability. It was actually defined in 1987 as meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And I'm sharing here a graph which comes from the donut economy, which has been developed by a researcher called Kate Rawer. Maybe you know it. I find that it actually it illustrates quite well what sustainability is. It's actually the safe space of humanity in between a social foundation that needs to be ensured for society to be sustainable, that includes water, health, income, and what is needed for people to have decent living. But within the ecological ceiling, within the planetary boundaries, beyond which there's pollution, degradation of soils, water pollution, and so on. So we need to remain within that space. So this is the big challenge, I think, of sustainability, is how to develop, to grow, but within planetary boundaries and ensuring social foundation. Next, please. So in the cocoa sector, usually sustainability is presented under 3 pillars: the environmental, social, and economic pillar. On the environmental one, usually the focus is on deforestation, like ensuring no deforestation. On the social pillar, the most talked about topic is child labor, and on economic is living income. For a long time, the focus has been on social and environmental, and economic has been often left out or like put aside, especially by the private sector. Say, well, the economic issues are just free market issues. We can't really do anything on it. But in fact, it's a crucial one. Without living income for farmers, we cannot achieve the environmental and social sustainability. Next one, please. So I want to share this graph. Also, it comes from the Cocoa Barometer, from the Voice Network, which is a network of NGOs in Europe, but also in Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. And for me, that's one that really reflects well all the elements of sustainability issues in the cocoa sector. It's not just child labor deforestation. What they do is, what I find interesting, it presents sustainability into 2 main branches: human rights and environmental protection. But these can only be achieved if you have living income as like the trunk of the tree. And they also add roots, they add governance as the roots, which could be also illustrated as the framework. So under human rights, you have issues of poverty, malnutrition, child labor, human trafficking, labor rights, working conditions, lack of education and healthcare. Under environmental protection, you have deforestation and forest degradation, but also loss of biodiversity, high use of agrochemicals, issues of climate change. And then for living income, how to ensure living income. The main issues are the low prices, but also low yields, and then high rates and not enough credit to invest and so on. So, and then under governance, It's written very small, so I'll read it. You need rural development strategies, you need transparency and accountability, supply management, rule of law. So there's a whole lot of issues that they're all interconnected and it's quite complex. Next step, next slide. Okay, again, from the cocoa barometer, they don't have just a problem tree, they also have a solution tree. So this shows a little bit all the elements that need to be put into place to achieve sustainability. So under human rights, there's community development, child labor monitoring system, women's empowerment is also important. Under environmental protection, traceability, agroforestry, land and tree tenure is also a key issue. And on the living income, there's the issue of price, but also farmer contracts. In Ghana, it's a bit different, but access to finance and infrastructure, farmer organization and empowerment, good agricultural practices, and as the foundation, bottom-up inclusion, holistic landscapes approach, and transparency and accountability, and they mentioned mandatory regulations. So these are all the things that need to be done.
Next slide.
Okay.
Thank you. It's okay.
Okay, so who can contribute to sustainability? To have this holistic approach, then all the stakeholders have a role to play and need to work together. So you have farmers, obviously, but also the government, and in Ghana, the cocoa board plays a very key role in the cocoa sector. The traders, the chocolate companies, civil society, but also researchers. So happy to be here today and to discuss how everyone can work together. Next, please. Okay, and then I wanted to share how for the past 20 years, I think there has been a lot of efforts in the cocoa sector to move towards a more sustainable sector. There has private companies have invested in third-party sustainability scheme. I hear today one of the sessions on fair trade and so on. They also have programs on the ground. There's development programs funded by donors. There's a lot going on. But still there is still poverty, there's still human rights abuses, there's still environmental degradation. So we're not there yet, and there's still a lot to do. And I think one of the issues is that it has been voluntary until then. And private companies still have maximization of profit in mind, even though some have also corporate social responsibility and try to take into account the donut economy I was presenting before, but it still remains partial and it's not enough. There needs to be a really paradigm shift. And I think what we're moving now towards regulations where actually it's not voluntary anymore, but it will become compulsory and it will ensure a level playing field so that everybody has to do it, and it's not a choice. A choice for a company to engage in sustainability or not. So this brings me to the EU regulation on deforestation. Next, please. So it's not the only one. There's really a move right now. The UK are also developing a regulation on deforestation. The Dutch have a child labor regulation. I hear Japan is also thinking of something. And the European Union also have a whole scope of regulations that want to put into place. But I'll talk today specifically on the EU regulation on deforestation. Next, please. So basically, the EU is taking action to minimize the risk that products associated with deforestation enter the EU market. And they want to increase also the demand for deforestation-free products. So the European Union is not imposing, and it cannot impose anything in other countries, but what they are thinking is, we as Europeans, we import products, and through our consumption, through our demand for products, we are actually contributing to deforestation, to social exploitation in other countries. And we don't want to do that anymore. So the European Union is asking companies to get to know their supply chain, know where they're buying from, and make sure where they are buying from, they are not contributing to deforestation, no human rights violations. And so they have studied out of, as we know, agriculture is one of the main drivers of deforestation. So they've looked at what Europe imports in terms of agricultural products and which ones are contributing most to deforestation. Palm oil is the biggest, soy, wood, coffee, cocoa, beef, and rubber. So these are the ones that have been selected to be within the scope of the EUDR. Yes, please. So for the case of Ghana, these data are not very up to date. It's from 2021, but it gives you an idea. Out of the commodities, out of these 7 commodities that Ghana exports, the biggest one is cocoa. The other commodities represent a much smaller, a much smaller percentage of Ghana's cocoa, of Ghana's exports, basically. So really, we've been focusing in Ghana on the cocoa sector. And if you look at Ghana's cocoa exports, most of it goes to the European Union. So they are mostly affected by the Sorry about that. So just to give you a summary of the main principles of the EUDR. So basically under this regulation, the regulation applies to the operators. By operators, the European Union means the ones who import products into the EU. So they have to ensure that the products they place on the EU market are traceable, deforestation-free, and legal. And the companies, the operators, have to conduct a due diligence process. They have, on their supply chain, they have to check their supply chain and make sure that the products they import are compliant. When they import into the EU, they need to enter data into the EU information system on their suppliers and on the geolocation of the farm where the product was produced. Then the EU member states at the customs will check and verify compliance of all the imports. They can't do it for everything, so they will use risk-based approach and just check a percentage based on the risk level of the importer and the country. The regulation is supposed to come into application in December 2025, so only a few weeks away, and it will be reviewed regularly thereafter. The EU is also providing technical financial support to producing countries, and that's the program I'm actually part of. Okay, the main requirement, as I said, is to make sure that the products are traceable. So companies have to get the geolocation, like the farm needs to be mapped of where the product was produced. The products need to be deforestation free, and by that the European Union means the cocoa was not produced in an area that was deforested after December 2020. So 2020 is the cutoff date. And then it has to be legally produced. And for that, they are not imposing their own laws, but they are looking at the laws of the producer countries. So they say, okay, if you import cocoa from Ghana, you need to make sure you respect the laws of Ghana. So basically, operators have to do a due diligence process. They have to collect information. They have to assess the risk of non-compliance. And if they see some risk, they have to implement mitigation measures. And then the EU member states, as I said, they will verify compliance based on the risk. They will do just 4% or 9% of the shipments. And also any natural or legal person, any one of you, can submit a substantiated report if they have concerns about any non-compliance. And then the competent authorities in Europe will check. If there is a risk identified, then the importer, if the competent authority recognizes that there is a risk, there is a non-compliance, they can apply sanctions that could go up to 4% of the revenue of the importer. So it's a really strong regulation. Okay, the implications for Ghana. So basically, as I explained, the regulation applies to the operators, to the companies. They have to make sure that their supply chain is compliant. But the Ghanaian government, in the case of Ghana, can also play a role in providing an enabling environment, making sure the systems are in place for the products to be produced legally and deforestation free. They can take measures to reduce the risk of deforestation. Also, Ghana is a specific case because unlike other countries where operators operate freely in the country and purchase from farmers directly, in Ghana, the Cocoa Board plays a key role. It's actually the regulator, but also in a way an operator. They're buying and selling cocoa. So they really have a very strong role to play. And they actually took this role on very seriously, and they intended already to provide a traceability system, but this, I guess, has given even more momentum. They put a cocoa management system in place, a traceability system, to make sure that the cocoa is traceable. So they are now they are implementing already for this season. I can't talk for Cocoa Board, and Dr. Manu is here, so I'm sure in the panel discussion he will say more. So, but basically, there's a traceability system in place. Farms have been mapped, farmers have been registered. Cocoa Board also has a deforestation risk monitoring module in place. So they are planning to sell EUDR compliant cocoa to the traders. And to facilitate also the due diligence of operators, Forestry Commission is developing a 2020 forest map, which will enable people to check was it a forest in 2020 or not. So yeah, the way forward is that there's a lot to do, but we need collaboration among all actors, public, private, civil society, academia, to make sure that this regulation really has a positive impact. So thank you very much. And I would like to say, but I'm sure we can discuss.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fabian Eva, for that beautiful, beautiful presentation. Please let's appreciate that. So we're supposed to have a discussion on this, but we will take the discussion on topic radio. So please, any questions you have on this, kindly note what we are about to discuss on the break. And you are doing see that the time is stretched. So when we are back from the break, that we can take that. All right. So you see that the ambience of the room has changed. If you don't feel it, I feel it. It has changed. And we have been earnestly waiting for here with that. Let's appreciate the presence. Everything you can think of to this conference, especially when we are aiming to transform please be covered. So we will this presentation straight away. Yes. And we need to get on camera. And so I want to kindly introduce it. Know that a politician to begin with, a politician of the ticket of the National Democratic Congress. He is a member of parliament representing the Asnafu South constituency. He was born many years ago. I'm sorry, he had a Bachelor of Arts degree in social science from and he is a proud farmer and agriculturist. He actually works at the top. Not somebody who is somewhere else. He worked as a teacher with the Ghana Education Service at the primary school in Kampala. That's where he began. Yeah, if you walk up there. Yeah, there are a lot of teachers here as well. He was elected as a member of the third parliament of the Fourth Republic of Ghana, representing the good people of Asnafu South constituency. As I have said, he has worked as a deputy Brong-Ahafo regional minister from 2009 to 2013, and in the seventh parliament of the Fourth Republic of Ghana, he served on the Food, Agri and Cocoa Affairs Committee as the ranking member. He's also served on the Privileges Committee and Appointment Committee in the same parliament. He has received an award as the best member of parliament for communal and rural development. That summarizes him. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the Minister of Food and Agriculture. Let's welcome him.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I'm so much excited to be here this house. Actually, I wanted to be here in time, but my flight delayed. So I'm sorry for my inability to be here as planned. The Chairman and Vice Chancellor of Prime Informal University of Science and Technology, Professor Mrs. Rita Kosian-Dixon, the President of the Ghana Association of Agricultural Economists, Professor John Uwonu, the Assistant Director General and FAO Regional Representative for Africa, Dr. Abebe Delegate, our keynote speaker. I don't know whether Dr. Abebe is here. Okay, he is my friend. Our special guest and headline sponsor, the CEO of African Agribusiness Consortium, Mrs. Siam Ejapon, distinguished academics and researchers, members of the Ghana Association of Agricultural Economists, government partners, captains of agribusiness and industry, invited guests, students, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to join you for this important annual conference of the Ghana Association of Agricultural Economists. I thank the leadership of GAI for the invitation and for the opportunity to share my reflections on this year's theme, transforming agri-ecosystems in developing economies through sustainable agribusiness development. This theme will not be more relevant. It speaks to one dynamic market economy. It contributes roughly 20% of our national GDP, employs about 1/3 of the labor force, and provides livelihoods for over 70% of rural households. In many regions in Ghana, from Western North to Upper East, agriculture is not just an occupation, it is the heartbeat of local life and culture. Despite its importance, the agricultural sector still faces structural challenges. Our productivity levels remain below potential. The average maize yield in Ghana is around 2.5 per hectare, compared to achievable gains of 5 metric tons or more under improved practices. Post-harvest losses of staples and perishables range between 20 and 30%, meaning nearly a third of what our farmers produce never reaches the market. At the same time, our national food import bill continues to rise, exceeding $3 billion United States dollars annually, with rice, poultry, and processed foods accounting for a large share. This is not sustainable for a country bred with fertile lands, a youthful population, and a growing technological capacity. The challenge before us, therefore, is not simply to produce more food, but to transform our entire agri-food system. The interconnected network of people, institutions, infrastructure, and markets that connect production to consumption. Madam Chairperson, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, an agri-food system is more than farms and farmers. It includes processors, traders, transporters, wholesalers, retailers, consumers, and policymakers. It is an ecosystem where each part influences the other. Transforming these systems means addressing how we grow, how we process, move, and consume food, ensuring that the process is profitable, inclusive, and environmentally responsible. The World Bank estimates that Africa's food and agribusiness market will exceed $1 trillion by 2030. This potential can only be unlocked through efficient value chains and sustainable agribusiness growth. Sustainable agribusiness is the engine that drives transformation. It links farmers to markets, promotes value addition, and creates jobs along the supply chain while protecting our natural resources. Let me illustrate with a few examples. Ghana's poultry sector consumes nearly 600,000 metric tons of maize annually. Yet, we still import more than 400,000 tons of chicken meats each year. Similarly, our horticulture industry, particularly in mango, pineapple, and vegetables, continues to expand, with exports exceeding $18 billion in 2024. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we can multiply this several times over if we build stronger agro-processing and logistics systems. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the government of Ghana recognizes the central role of agriculture and agribusiness in national development. Our focus is clear: to make Ghana food secure, export competitive, and economically inclusive through innovation and sustainability. Allow me to highlight 2 policy directions that reflect this commitment: the Feed Ghana policy and the 24-hour economy policy. The Feed Ghana policy is a renewed drive to enhance domestic food production and reduce our dependence on imports. It emphasizes food security, import substitution, and agribusiness development. The policy focuses on expanding access to improved seed and fertilizer systems, promoting irrigation and mechanization, strengthening post-harvest infrastructure, including aggregation centers and cold storage, and supporting agro-processing and market linkages. By improving domestic production capacity, the policy aims to ensure that Ghana produces what it consumes while creating opportunities for local businesses across the value chain. The 24-hour economy policy seeks to boost productivity by enabling continuous business activity in key sectors, including agriculture and food logistics. This means ensuring that food transportation, storage, and processing facilities operate around the clock with adequate power, security, and workforce systems. Imagine a Ghana where produce from Wenchi or Egra moves efficiently through the night to urban markets under safe and well-lit conditions, where agro-processing plants run in shifts to meet domestic and export demand, where young people find decent full-time jobs in logistics, packaging, and warehousing. Distinguished agricultural economists, your role is indispensable in this journey. You provide the analytical backbone, sound policies, and investment decisions. We need your expertise to design market-based incentives, assess the true cost of food production, and evaluate how policy instruments can attract investment without excluding smallholders. We also need stronger university-industry linkages to bridge the gap between research and practice. Too often, excellent research findings remain on shelves while farmers struggle with problems that have already been solved in theory. Professor Chair, our youth must also be at the center of this transformation. Over 57% of Ghana's population is under 25 years old. If we can channel even a portion of their creativity and energy into agribusiness through innovation hubs, digital agriculture, and entrepreneurship finance, we can unlock the massive potential of the sector. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we pursue growth, we must not lose sight of sustainability. Climate change continues to threaten our gates with erratic rainfall, floods, and rising temperatures, negatively impacting agriculture and its allied businesses. In 2022, Ghana recorded crop losses of about 12% for maize and 8% for rice due to irregular rainfall patterns. We are therefore promoting climate-smart agriculture, efficient water management, soil health restoration through integrated approaches that combine conservation with productivity. It is significant to note that transforming agri-food systems requires partnership. It is not the job of government alone. We need strong collaboration between the public sector, private investors, research institutions, and development partners. As a ministry, we are committed to creating a policy environment that rewards innovation, supports fair trade, and encourages responsible investment. Distinguished guests, this conference is more than an academic event. Let me take that again. This conference is more than an academic event. It is a call to action. The choices we make today will shape the food systems of tomorrow. Systems that feed our people, systems that create jobs, and systems that sustain our planet. As the Minister for Food and Agriculture, I assure you that the government remains fully committed to supporting this agenda through sound policies, investment in agribusinesses, and collaboration with experts like you. Together, we can build an agricultural sector that is productive, resilient, and globally competitive. one that can truly transform lives and communities across Ghana and beyond. Together, we can feed Ghana, eat Ghana, and secure Ghana.
Well, so good to have you. No wonder we were keenly waiting for you to get here. And thank you for your comment to always support us so we'll be able to be food sufficient. And also awakening our minds to the two main policies of the Feed Ghana policy and for that section for our not really for coffee, for see what we have been able to put together the for agriculture and President John Dramani Mahama. Yes, we want to acknowledge an effort in driving change in agriculture.
So, on behalf of the Ghana Association of Agricultural Economists, we'd like to thank the Honorable Minister for honoring our invitation to him and for delivering his speech. Let's give him the clap. In his presence, opportunity and the President, John Dramani Mahama, for recognizing talents and contributions of members of the association. And to mention just a few, we have our own brother, a former student of the University of Ghana, Dr. Peter Guama Otokono, who is now the Director of Presidential Initiatives on Agriculture and Agribusiness. Let's give a clap to that. We also want to thank the President for honoring our member, Dr. Damba, Dr. Osman Zahid Damba, who is now the Deputy Secretary General of the Ghana Commission for UNESCO. We also want to thank the President for appointing our professor, Professor Aaron S. Ejay, who is now the chair of the Cocoa Research Institute of Ghana Management Company. So we know what the president is doing, we know what the minister is doing, and we fully acknowledge. And we know that more of our members will be appointed to certain positions, strategic positions. I remember when we went to Accra to contribute to the Feed Ghana policy document. And we like to say thank you, Mr. Minister, and Honorable Minister and MP for Esunafo Sa being here with us today on the invitation. Thank you once again to His Excellency, the President, John Dramani Mahama. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much. That's the guy president of JM Kuonu. Yes, thank you. All right. So at this point, I think it's order that we take the closing remarks for our vote. Professor Fred Nimo, on behalf of Professor Rita Akosua-Dixon.
Moderator. Once again, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Mrs. Rita Akosua-Dixon, I say thank you so much for all dignitaries and members of government, researchers, and everyone here, especially to our minister. Thank you for coming. Even though you had the top time, the flights. Our sponsor, Dr. Alex, President Kayi, say thank you. But I'm not giving just the whatever. I'm not just giving the thank you remarks. It's actually to give a short observation of what has expired here. Our president mentioned that we have received about 77 papers to be presented at this conference. And other technologies to be exhibited or to be shown. Awards will be given, very inspiring. And as we have gathered here, I want to say on behalf of the president, of the vice chancellor, that we have our students here, the next generation. I'm sure you are all observing. I'm saying the next generation. A lot of very useful ideas and concepts are coming from what we are presenting here. So we believe from here it will not be like just business as usual. And if you listen carefully to the various speakers, as Minister also mentioned, it shouldn't just be an academic conference, but walking the talk. Our sponsor, entrepreneur, also made a very strong point that we should just go beyond just demonstrations, plots, implementation. And they have started something. If you look carefully over the past, the number of supports that have come in Ghana here, yes, I think we can count so many in all parts of Ghana. If the message is transforming agriculture and really want to see the impact, our sponsors, they have started. I think I like that. We should go beyond the problems, the demonstration blocks, the theories, and start action. And our minister is giving the full support. He mentioned the word, the youth, how we involve the youth. And we also are aware the National Service Secretariat, they are going around, they came to our faculty to see how we can make this a reality. We are waiting. Mr. Minister. Yes, I think that's where the youth, we can even make the real impact. Our speaker, Fabian, there's a key word in this theme, sustainability. Not only should we look at the money, the 3 P's, of course, the profits, the environment, and also the people, they matter. So if the attempt is to transform agriculture through food systems, and I like it, that it will involve all the actors in the chain. And the over 33 million Ghanaians, if this should work, which we hope it will work, we will address our burdens in terms of the challenges your speeches have mentioned, the imports, and so many other things. So once again, I will say on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, we are happy to have this conference here. Feel free, after the sessions, go around, see the environment. Is the number one in Ghana here. I think so. And I was happy to hear our minister as an alumnus. I hope you've seen a number of changes that have occurred. Yes, so please, Gayi and members gathered here, thank you for coming, and we wish us a fruitful, impactful conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor G, for those beautiful words, spoken remarks. For their special effort in making this work. It has been a very beautiful opening, hasn't it? It has, full of minds, great minds that have cared with us insight to help us improve what we do to transform our agri-food system. We'd like to thank God for giving us journey mercy far and near to come here and be part of this great cause. I would also want to thank the Vice Chancellor for making the space available to accommodate all of us, making us feel the warmth in the special way we are feeling it. And thank you, Paul Freddie, for duly representing us. I want to thank the Honorable Minister for creating the occasion. When they say someone has to create the occasion, this is the of it. Thank you so much for having today. And we also want to thank our sponsors. Special mention to AAP for giving us a chunk of the money to make this work. I'm sure the Honorable Minister will also support. Yes, so we are going to pass again. Thank you very much. All right. And so all our guest speakers, special mention of Prof. John here, who is the guiding president. I also want to thank for the for meeting us the program with the present. I want to thank Dr. Ejahon, who is the CEO of African Agribusiness Consortium, for also giving us that beautiful, beautiful speech, and also to Dr. Fabian Eva for giving us a speech on sustainable cocoa issues. We cannot but thank the LOC for putting this together. Silent effort. They haven't slept like they need a vacation. Yes. And so before the vacation comes, let's appreciate the effort they have done so well. And for LOC, we mean the conference was organized by the Department of Agricultural, Economics, and Business Extension. And we have some of our senior members here. Professor Bahan is here, Professor Simon Kujokialo is here. Please let's appreciate the senior members in our department. For the sponsors, we would also want to acknowledge all the universities. KNUST, University of Ghana, University of Development Studies, University of Energy and Renewable Natural Resources. We also want to thank our research institute, reps from our research institute. We have Savannah Accelerated Research Institute from PSIR. We have Cocoa Research Institute of Ghana. We have Crop Research Institute, Forestry Research Institute of Ghana. Duly represented Dr. and Mrs. Patricia Pinaman, HM, please appreciate her. Dr. and Mrs. Thank you so much for representing our research institute. Good. This conference wouldn't have been successful if you and I were not here. Oh, I remember you and I were not there. If you and I were not here, this wouldn't have been successful. So we want to thank you for making the time to be part of this special congress or conference. Thank you so much. We appreciate our media team for covering. Yes, and I'm sure you're going to be with us all too, right? Yes. Thank you so much. Let's give ourselves a big round of applause. So African Agribusiness Consortium, thank you once again. They have mechanized equipment outside, which we would also want to have a look at, see what they are doing to enhance what we do. And so please, we'll take our photograph. Yes, we will take our photograph with the Honorable Minister. So please, all distinguished personalities here, we can join him at stage while we take that one. And all of us will go downstairs so that we can be part of this beautiful gathering. So Honorable Minister, please, if you could come forward so that the distinguished guests from the high table and our special speakers can join you. Yes, and we take the photograph. Please can join us, Executive of Guiding. Please join us. Executive of Guiding will join us. Honorable Minister. Yeah, so we will take that one downstairs. Then I will continue. Take your second. At the gate, or you will go on Minister will lead us through the teaching session. Please, if you are presenting and you haven't given your slide to Dr. Peter, that's before the technical session. Please. And please, after the photo downstairs, you don't go to African Hall for the snap break. It's kindly known. And so take your people while you are exiting the hall. Thank you. God bless you.
Back. Then they are going down.
for all that ready.
Sound never rejected him. But unity. Newton.
Four people.
Number BG. Number BG. Never try. Then I'm at one place in the army. I know we finished my deadline. And I didn't know why. I just want to go. It's an answer number. This one off the sound for you. I close the OBS. What's this? OBS not closing. You move at the end of closing. Why they like to use my machine to do this. And our machine and Gaza restart. Yeah. Because I know the sea was closed. I think Newton closed it. He was using the Zoom. He was using the Zoom. But I tell him if I'm not there, that's anybody who is set up. One. But even if they're using the Zoom, he's using OBS camera. So how come that one is off? Okay, just relax.
Will you be controlling the presentations when the next session starts here?
Yeah. Bring them.
Sorry?
Can bring them here so that we compare them.
I think I've already sent it to the LOC, so if they haven't given me the slides. I can give you an updated one. You have a pen, right?
No.
That's your machine safe.
I'm supposed to be worried about your type.
The same way. It goes both ways. When I give it to you, I'll put it back in my machine.
Hold on. Hello. Yeah. Sorry. You are writing my type. I did master card. Sorry. I know that's why I say we or we make type. We, people understand it. I mean, until my focus will go there, say make I sort you out because I make this. You say I say you come there like 3 or 4 times, but you come there if you forget, say you go time. That what I try to explain. I know even tap one place, so I just dey move up and down. So all the boys, I don't even get somebody go tap camera back for the system, but the setup will do the sound, the giving issues.
Hello.
Yeah, the giving issue because the next session then we'll do presentation from income where we for take it, but the cables are the issue. But the people then will present for the let me give you my Gmail. Are you done now? AYI. Are you done now? That's what I'm trying to say so that
You have a piece of
it's not mine. That's why, and I don't even have
I have many items.
so I choose. I have to make sure everything is on point.
I understand. Okay.
Oh,
Can I do it?
yeah.
Thank you.
But where was this?
You and me one I didn't see.
Okay, so I don't know. I'm fine because you're opposite. Like a corporate. Ubo. What's that? Some black. What now? Like we was we not sure.
Enemy.
To go to the outfit. Yeah.
Brown, we are taking from them. Taking from them.
So, honey, out.
Oh, okay. Great.
Okay. But then,
Yeah, but I depend on the OBS.
try as much as possible to work within the issues that we have at stake. Just before the minister came, there was a presentation on sustainable initiatives, as well as the European Union deforestation regulation. The bill to support sustainability of the industry, and also to ensure that farmers get its income. But since the launching of this program somewhere around presentation that was done by Fabian. Can we get another mic? Okay. So your initial thoughts based on the launching of the program, and then based on the presentation that Fabian did, what are the things that have come to your mind? Do you mind sharing those thoughts with us, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mulek. That's it. Quite elaborate. It touches on all this, especially in Buku, where we use sustainability from three areas: economic, social, and environment. Okay. And then we saw the problem tree, which was well elaborated, and then the solution. I think that was quite
okay. Prof, any initial thoughts for us?
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much, moderator. I think my main concern is the practicability of the regulations and the real usefulness in the long run. EU is making so many regulations, not only for Ghana, not only on cocoa, but on so many others. And many countries are having problems with those.
So I think
I was reading about
that one. Okay, you should be there.
Already having problems with selling them gas.
Okay.
Because they give so many regulations. So that whole idea of EU bringing in so many things about the security and all that is becoming a big problem. So I'm really wondering how this thing
All right. So within the the context of the regulation. I'm aware several questions have been asked regarding the fact that is this one of those regulations, those trade policies that are being introduced to affect us. That's then you are within the proposed schemes directly. How prepared are we?
Before the EU was proposed, Board had already started of knowing our farmers. So we have started the Cocoa Management System, which is a database of our farmers. The Cocoa Management System implies that all farmers, the farms and the farmer management. So farmers and farms across the products were all mapped, and farmers were given a unique identity. Each farmer, each Ghanaian cocoa farmer was given a unique identity. The identity ties the cocoa farmer to the farm. This was before the EU. So that was our state of preparedness. Currently, as I speak, from August 7, we have started implementing the Ghana Cocoa Traceability System, which is able to track cocoa from a plot of land to the port of shipment. And every farm of the farmer is barcoded. If a farmer has more than a plot of land, there are different barcoded tags for each farm. So I think the first round, the second farm of the farmer, we've barcoded the farmer's farm to the last number, which is 53. But literature tells us that cocoa farmers own multiple farms between 53. But we have been able to barcode all farms of the Ghanaian with different color. So to do that, we are able to track cocoa from the plot of land to the port of shipment. What is about traceability? So at the society level, LBCs, are constrained because farmers don't bring cocoa in bags. It is brought in bits and pieces. So what we are doing is that for every bag of cocoa, the number of farmers that contributed in that particular bag and the quantities to be contributed, there's a barcoded tag to show that on each tag, when it is scanned, to show the number of cocoa farmers that contributed to that particular. And there's an operational OMS system, a quality management system. The quality management system will determine the grade and the quality of that particular. And then we have the OMS, that is used at the port, between the district to the port. Whatever happens, it is tracked to the cocoa gets to the port. Okay. And in doing that, we have been able to fulfill one of the requirements of the EU, which is traceability, tracking cocoa from the port of land to the port of shipment. Okay. The other one has to do with the deforestation risk assessment model. What we have done is that we have the raster maps for 2019 to 2021. But the requirement of the EU is for us to have a deforestation risk assessment model using the 2020 map. And we are working with EFI and then here in the US. In developing the 2020 map, already as I said, the land cover maps, we have done 12 maps, all plots of lands have been solved in the map. With polygons, we have polygon maps, we have centers, so that has been done. So what we need is a forest map. And that's what the EFI here in USC, a forestry commission. Okay. But we are working on this so that we have a deforestation risk. We can involve the deforestation risk assessment model. Okay. Where we can place that every cocoa which is being produced from Ghana is not coming from a forest area. It's deforestation free. It's not coming from a forest area. And where we identify the people to come from the forest area, an alert system will trigger, and then there should be remedial action. Okay. A lot of products come on board. One of them is maybe planting more trees, but cocoa itself is an agroforestry system where it requires a planting.
Okay, so from your presentation, clearly we need to look at how to trace the cocoa beans right from the farm to the best support. And the system you mentioned is issue of transparency. And so that when it gets to the market, they trust and then the transparency completely out there. It's not a thing. Let's take in how effective I'm going to show the system is able to monitor the right from the farm to the best report. And we do mind sharing that this system is effective. It's very robust. Gender the trust that we need to have.
Then we're also talking about exactly. That's more link. How the governance. Yeah. Very important. Social economy is very important, and the infrastructure. Sometimes you push things into being. You know, to bring the three elements together. So that people follow. Excellent. Maybe professional, and you start acting on it. And the corruption issue can be developed. And they know their way. You will not do. But they are not well motivated. Not only the money they will give to them, but they motivate. We need to move.
Yes.
So that
The video is supposed to show.
is what I'm saying. For most of our problems, for not that you don't have, not that you don't have from that session. And other things that limits, you get it. It's usually also. The outcomes will not be what.
Thank you very much. That also brings us to kindly take note of questions. We have the time for all of us who have questions to ask. But thinking through the presentation and then the experience that we had, you agree with me that farmers are the bottom line. They are ultimately the one that are benefiting from it. And when you look at the three objectives of sustainable equity, we are looking at incentive. That's what Professor, I just try to find out will the farmers actually benefit? And what do you think needs to be done? And given the fact that we are in majority, so we don't find ourselves in a situation where these small scale farmers who are in cocoa production would be exempted in participating on the larger markets. What's your thought on that?
Yeah, thank you, moderator. I want to bring all of us to exactly what we're discussing, because I'm not too sure those who probably don't know what she presented, when it is like this. Cocoa should not come from areas that have been deforested. In other words, you shouldn't produce the cocoa in areas that have forest. December 2020. The second part of it is that the new cocoa that is going to be grown should have some agroforestry into it. Those are the two things that have to be happening. Now, but the biggest problem is, as he mentioned, if somebody gets the cocoa from not in the forest area, and another person gets it from the forest area, and they put it together, say in a bag, how can you really tell me that everything came from that bag? That is one of the biggest problems. The areas are such that he talked about small farmers. In fact, I got the number of farmers that they actually registered when they did this farmers registration. It came to about 800,000 farmers. And the farms were about 1.2 million. And the hectares were actually 1.4 million. When you divide it, per farmer is actually 1.7 hectares. That's a 2 hectares. Even the EU regulation was talking about 4 hectares. None of the farms, none of the plots come near there at all. They are really small farmers. So for the regulation, if they are all going way by the 4 hectare thing, it doesn't really count. But the biggest problem is actually, how do you really determine that this one is from the forest, and this one is not? And that's why I'm saying that the practicability somebody got it from the deforested area, others did not get it. And maybe they mixed. Then you found out that maybe the monitoring tells you that, oh, there is some area where it's forested and therefore we are not going to accept it. Meanwhile, what about the one who is doing the right thing? So those are the kinds of practicability problems that I'm talking about. Yes, I mean, it's a good idea, we all want stability, but we should put a process that makes it practical so that people don't, and when you make it too complicated, the farmers will not really understand what's happening.
We will be coming to picture out here, but I'm interested in this space because of the size of small farmers within the ecosystem. And ultimately, we want to make sure that the farmers benefit. And in as much as you mentioned that one is coming from deforestation-free system, how do we identify what is coming from where? But I want to put it to a system by here. There are stakeholders within a space that need to play a role. People, bodies, private sector, and government. Would you share with us, based on the policy that you've outlined, what roles do you think these stakeholders should be, particularly within the Ghanaian context, to make sure that the benefits are reached?
Thanks. First, I wanted to come back to the question of the small farms. Okay. And just clarify, the regulations say that polygons are needed, so the perimeter of the farm needs to be mapped for farms that are above 4 hectares. For those that are below 4 hectares, they're still under the scope of the regulation, but then just at your point, in terms of will farmers benefit, I think it's an important issue. And as I made in the presentation, like if you don't have an economic aspect to it, then you do not have the other elements of sustainability. There was a European commissioner who said price and sustainability are 2 sides of the same coin. So it goes together, and definitely if we want farmers to adopt sustainable practice, they need to be rewarded for it. Now, how the cocoa trade works in Ghana is regulated by cocoa, so I can't answer on how the financial flow would go, but I assume Dr. Menu would respond to that. And on the split between the farms, Dr. Menu will certainly respond. Now, on the role of stakeholders, so I think the sustainability issues are quite complex, so it requires everybody's brain together. Cocoa definitely, as the regulator, the main buyer, Cocoa has a significant role to play and has taken on the responsibility actually doing the work of tracing cocoa and conducting due diligence on cocoa. The farmers themselves have to ensure that they don't convert forest into agriculture, but maybe increase the productivity on the existing land. CSOs have a role to play, maybe as either as support to farmers, sensitizing on how to do sustainable farming. They could also play a role in as a sort of whistleblower. They can do deforestation monitoring, they can raise alerts. Then the private sector, the LBC on the ground, they have purchasing firms on the ground, so they are the key of the traceability. The buyers have also, I think that's where the benefit comes. The buyers, if they want sustainable food, they need to pay for it. And then the donors, of course, have a role to play in providing support, and government has a role to play in providing an environment.
Okay, before you hand over, Dr. Menu responding to the paper, the question I asked. There's an issue of compliance in there. And we know the capacity of our farmers when it comes to issues like this. In an event where there is non-compliance, what happens?
So in an event that there's no compliance, the EUDR, the cocoa, we sell 60%, about 60% of our cocoa to the EU market. But currently, it is our hope that never but in an event that the cocoa is not compliant, that will go to.
So is that not a way of accepting the point we raised earlier on that we do not want a situation where, whilst we try to create platform for our farmers to take advantage of, by virtue of not complying, we are excluding them from such a wider market.
So, as I said, we have already started implementing the Ghana Cocoa Traceability System. We are also developing the deforestation risk assessment model. And currently, about 99% of our cocoa is compliant to the EU. Okay. So only about 1% of our cocoa is currently non-compliant. And that cocoa, per law, Cocoa Board is expected to buy every cocoa produced by the farmer. So that cocoa will be sold to other.
And will they also be earning a decent income?
As I said, so for the EUDR, it's a compliance issue and there's a cost of compliance. So all operators who place the cocoa on the EU market will have a premium, will have that cocoa and that. There'll be a premium to pick that cocoa and that. Where the cocoa is not being able to be placed on the EU market, there will be remedial actions which will be determined by all stakeholders. Okay. Whether we introduce an agroforestry system where we increase the tree stock on that particular plot of cocoa to make it more like to create the forest where that cocoa is, and indeed this must also be, we must also be reminded of admitted farms. There are some farmers of admitted farms, and they are admitted into the forest areas by law. And cocoa coming from those that farmers are legal because they were there before the forest was created, or because before that gazetting was done. So those farmers are legal farmers. Okay. So they are not exempted. Okay. But we are talking about farmers who have been moved into forest areas and then planting cocoa. For them, there are plans that will increase the tree stock to bring the forest back, or to bring the farm back the level with which it was.
Thank you very much. We'll be coming to. Would you want to respond?
Yes, say something. it's just 1%. Then that's why I'm saying that some of the regulations don't really cause problem. 1%, and we are worried about this 1%.
So significant.
So it's insignificant, especially for the reason why it's being done. The reason why it's being done is that we don't want the environment health problems, and that 1% thing is not that big enough to cause that big problem. And we are used to that. So many things I don't understand it. So the critical issue should have been the agroforest company, which are doing. And I think I really like that. If there's an old place that you want to reforest, make sure that there's agroforest. And they are doing that. About 5,000 farms I think are working on it right now. So with that one, we will ensure that any other farm that comes will be compliant. And I really don't the amount of energy and money going through all this visibility.
Well, thank you very much. I want to respond. Audience, we'll be giving us 2 minutes to ask questions. So kindly take note of the questions. And when it's done, we'll come to you for any questions like that. Fabian, please, any comment?
Just to respond to that, I think the objective of the EU regulation on deforestation is to stop future deforestation. Because what was deforested before 2020 is anyway gone. And cocoa, it takes 4 or 5 years to grow cocoa. So we're in 2025. So probably it's not surprising that there's very little non-compliant cocoa, because there hasn't been enough time to deforest new land and then grow cocoa that is not ready to harvest. But with this regulation, hopefully people will be discouraged to convert new plants, new forests into agriculture.
Thank you very much. We want to take a few questions from the audience, after which I will ask my panel members to tell us the way forward. So please be looking at that. Can we see? Okay, please. Can we get someone to send a light? Right. Please mention your name and brief introduction. Then go straight to your question.
Thank you very much. My name is Kofi. I work with farmers. I'm a board member of a buying company. So what the Cocoa boss is talking about, I'm very much interested in our work. So I want to throw a little more light on some of the issues. So if you look at the forest-related matters about the cocoa, we have organic. So the organic ones are those that purely, they don't apply any chemicals and those things. And those cocoa beans have their own special price. And which we keep encouraging farmers to do that. So that the soil itself, the forest around, and then the entire vegetation will be protected to some extent. And then when it comes to those that are related to forest encroachment and those issues, there are two. We have certified bees, and we have uncertified. So the certified ones, what is meant is that a lot of the buyers themselves, like give us a lot of the buyers themselves, they have special arrangement with the LBCs, and into extension, it goes to the farmers. So for instance, if you are buying, if you are selling to a buyer outside who is only interested in certified beans, at the end of the day, through the LBC buying these beans and selling to them, you have a premium that you get. And a portion of this premium also goes to the farmers. So you may sell a bag of beans, 1 bag. But at the end of the day, you get outside the 1 bag price that people has given, you get extra money. What more? The farmers again, because they are complying be able to get special interventions in those locations. So you see that the company which is the LPC is buying for, they have special monies bringing to that community to helping them. Sometimes they buy them a lot of things, throw the borehole for them, a number of interventions. All that they are telling you is that if you're able to comply, if you don't approach it to the forest, these are the benefits that you are going to get. And those who are not complying, those who are encroachers, some of the means you may end up find it difficult to get a good buyer to get it.
So
those are
things beyond the normal price.
That is it.
There are other additional
Yes.
should the farmer comply.
Yeah, so these are making people to be interested in the EUDR thing and they being compliant.
All right.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those additional comments. Okay, please give it to me. Did I see any hand from you? Whose hand is up? Okay. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Kim.
My name is from New. I have a short question. So, like Dr. Mani said, the price for plants. If you pay a premium for this compliance, people are paying a premium.
It's the responsibility of the one placing the cocoa on the EU market to comply. So the obligation of compliance is the one which is placing the cocoa on the EU market. So it's basically the buyer, the international buyer, who is supposed to pay for the cost of compliance. The premium, an additional premium for the cost of compliance.
That's not one. I think that's okay.
Right. My name is Okay. So my question is actually for the agroecological. We are trying to look at 1 acre of cocoa against a real forest. So when we talk about 1 acre of a forest without cocoa, how much carbon sequestration is it bringing against 1 acre of cocoa? And then what's the difference? Is this different? Cocoa is a tree. Cocoa absorbs carbon. Cocoa is doing a lot. So the discussion treating cocoa like it's not a tree and does not come. Yes, it's a land tree. Right? If I leave a quarter of my land to plant other non-economic tree like
in the morning,
how much those trees absorb against 1 acre of the same cocoa? Let's have this agroecological and see if maybe just like a storm for that.
And then
so do you want to respond to?
Yes, that's the critical issue. The critical issue is the environment. And as is rightly said, what is the difference between sequestration by other tree, and sequestration by cocoa, or oil palm, or any of those things? We haven't really got that information. But more importantly, the reason why I'm more interested in the rehabilitation is that in the rehabilitation, we insist on agroecological practice, especially chemical use. When all those things, that's the one that we can actually control very well and do better. But again, I'm not sure that EU has given us that information about the difference in carbon sequestration, all these so it's a very big question. Thank you.
Dr. Menu, you want to? That will take our last.
There's a definition for a tree by the EU. What constitutes a tree? It's about the height and then the canopy. And unfortunately, it's not classified as a tree. And then the canopy. So there's a definition. I think it's about 5 meters, and then the canopy cover of 10%. That's the definition.
So the issues are becoming quite interesting. What I want all of us to do is the regulatory community should not just be an issue of written requirement, but ultimately, how do we leverage on such a program to make sure that the whole sector grows and become the model that we all speak. So just looking for maybe if you have any thought to share on that. How do we leverage on BCP going beyond just meeting the requirement to be able to make sure that sector and that achieve the model that we have help us.
So I think sustainability is not only, it's our grand responsibility. It is in our own interest that we ensure that we in Ghana is sustainably produced for future generations to benefit. So the EU we are just an addition to our sustainability to ensure that we do not destroy our we do not destroy the children.
That's why the next
the children, or we do not destroy the bioecological. Just
where this one from?
It's in our
so this be
something that protects the forest. So I think it's an initiative that we should all buy into, because at the end it also it's benefiting us as a people. Cannot destroy our forest just.
All right, thank you very much. I want to take our final question.
Yeah, okay.
I appreciate that with that.
Thank you very much. As you know, the definition of forest by FAO and by REDD+ are different. Definitions are different. And this whole idea about somebody deciding that it's a forest, but it's one not a forest, we should question it. Because what is the real issue? The real issue about carbon sequestration and the environment. We all agree it's very important. So doing anything is very important. But we should not be boxed into something that is very minor. We're called light. Meanwhile, we are arguing now that even grass,
yeah.
So for tree and for heights. Meanwhile, we are saying that grass
on the camera.
Can you convince us that there's really different tree?
Hello, Mr. Ado. Yes, sir. Okay, go on.
So that's why know that some of these things, it's very important. Very important.
Thank you very much.
This was the Zoom be there now. So you
Now we're not going for a presentation. We invite you to do the comparison with the page and for the I mean, the definition, yeah. Probably more carbon sequestration than a cocoa farm. But then between a cocoa farm and a degraded forest where there's a need to treat and not that much different. I think we should, of course, the EU had to take a definition that would be applied worldwide because they couldn't take the definition of each country. So they chose the FAO, which is kind of the reference. We have, with Forestry Commission, we did an analysis between the different, between what is used in REDD+ and in the FAO definition. It was a minor difference that was mainly affecting the Savannah region, which anyway is also a producing region. So we didn't really make that much. To conclude on EUDR, I would agree with Dr. Mayu. The regulation is just a tool. Actually, the end is itself. It's not the objective, not comply. The objective is to use this regulation as a tool to achieve sustainability objectives. And Ghana needs to really take ownership of sustainability and make sure it protects its forest, develop agriculture, but at the same time protect the forest, because without forest, we will not have agriculture. We need to have both. And make use of EUDR as one tool to actually push for more traceability, transparency, but not the goal in itself.
Thank you very much. Dr. Men, any question? Then I'll come to property.
Let's go. Okay. So, bro, you want to tell to me? That is one of that big one. Use our cocoa in Ghana. Outside of that's why I have seen that. Global, where there are issues of dispute for me, where the name looking at something like that. You get me? Sustainable as you forage in cocoa. So that is my current one. How you begin. These are some of the things that you can see. Who is the bring that we know there are trade-offs. We know how they what can we do to also
Oh, thank you very much. Any final comment? Yes, I mean.
All what I will say is that Ghana has been classified as a low risk country when it comes to compliance to EUDR, because most of our practices has usually been agroforestry. We always encourage farmers to plant a minimum of 16 to 18 trees on a hectare of plants. And this has been the practice since Advent, and it's still being enforced. And in all our rehabilitation programs, we ensure that a minimum of 16 to 18 trees are planted on a farm of cocoa. Because cocoa is a price in agroforestry system. Cocoa needs the forest to thrive. So you cannot destroy the forest and expect that the cocoa. So it is very important that we all do our best to comply with the minimum.
Right, thank you very much. We'll take the last one.
On sequestration issues, we also have biodiversity conservation. So if you change the use of the forest to food, there could be some biodiversity, I mean flora and fauna, that will also be taken out of the system, and it will be beneficial for the whole ecosystem. So those issues are also taken out. It's not about only the carbon sequestration.
All right, thank you very much for those additional comments. Audience, please help me appreciate the panelists that have done discussing this sustainable liquidity and then the European Union Deforestation Regulation. Panelists, thanks so much for time. Sharing your thoughts with us. Our time is over. So, Madam Obinda, please.
Thank you. So we'll go on to our technical where we come for pages. And we are hoping to do them in 40 minutes, after which we go for lunch also in 40 minutes. So please, chairs for the videos will take note that with the thinking is 5 minutes, and the interaction is also 5 minutes for every. To moderate. Okay, so let's start with one. All right, so and I definitely is that okay? Good. So that is 8 minutes. And then 5 minutes for the party. Then I have your answer. Yes. So for room one, the top theme is on sustainable and resilient food systems, food crops, industrial crops, and livestock production systems. That will be chaired by Prof. Habib Wana from KNUST. And then for the second group, the theme is agri-food value chains and employment creation, which will be chaired by Professor Fred Nigo. The third group, which is a mini conference, will be right here. The top theme is gender, access to resources and technology adoption, and it will be chaired by Professor Habib. So please, let's kindly move to the respective group for the technical session. Right after, we go to Africa Hall for your lunch, and we will reconvene for the next plenary session. Let's go now. So we have to keep moving now. So the technical session will come yeah, so if you move outside, the main conference. Yeah, no problem.
One is on the ground floor. One is on the ground floor. When you get to the ground floor, add the signage. It will lead you to one. The gate here is just your right hand. So let's get into our respective rooms for the presentation. So this is the main conference room. This is the main conference room. Room one is ground floor. And room two, when you get out, just on my right, the conference there. So this room is the main conference room. This one is on the ground floor. Okay, let's take it to three. The ground floor, we should kindly step out. Then this is the main conference room for three.
Like access 4 cameras at a time using this one. We have big, yes, we have big ones. 8, 16, depends. But this is because of the program, we not bring a lot of cameras. We have big ones which you can use to change. I have 32 with big room. Yes, this is what we want. Then we link BS. Whatever I show here, what to do with it. Then from Zoom, we are playing Zoom to also YouTube. So this one, OBS, OBS, Zoom. This one, once you are, if you are doing maybe television live stream, that one you can't stream like 100%. You have to delay it a little. Because if there is some kind of mistake or something happens on the scene, people at home doesn't have to know. So once you are doing some kind of editing, maybe sometimes you will bring some adverts or those things. So we use this one to slow them down.
Hello.
And then maybe
Please time.
you at first maybe display this video. You people watching it live here might know what is going on, but the person at home might maybe watch it 5 minutes later. You see, yeah. So we can just set the time difference. So within that 5 minutes, if maybe the speaker falls down, the person at home is not going to know that the speaker fell down when it was here. See, yes, maybe when there is a fight, the person at home will not know. We will decide what the person at home shows. So now I think who also be yes, we get multiple screens for that one. Yes. And whenever we have those kind of things, we have systems we use. A lot of things that we connect. Like that. I don't know what they are doing, but yeah, so it's either they bring a slice here or something like that. PDMI. If they bring the slice here, if you bring the slice, hold on, but we're having some problem. Oh, you want to do this?
Okay. I don't know.
You
It's been working all day. I just came to the stage. It's not working anymore. Yes.
Really? Yeah, usually three. Yeah.
No, because
Yeah.
when I came, they said the
So you get two
computer there
cameras
is
now.
not working.
Yes.
So they are going to bring a computer. I brought my computer.
Now
Now my
everything is
computer
okay.
too is not working.
But we need a slice to represent. Just everything's okay now. Yeah, I did. I know.
But now they want the presentations.
Yeah, your slides. So you take care of the
No,
slides.
I haven't.
This one will send it. Any phone number. You still dey carry OBS go the top. The yes. Why? Because now we are using OBS. Why? Use send the number. So now the sound they come from here. Like want to scan. Is it okay? No. Yes, this is my phone. No. For I'm just can't. No, I don't use OBS to. This was a personal mail goes. I'm here. Yes. I don't.
Yeah, man, send them away.
And so this one be direct. I don't know. So scan where you know where you know them from your tab. Your software should be saved.
Faster. So the email address for you go to mail to them. Send it to them. Which mail? But I spoke with it actually. So now on the in the phone. So people are going to tell.
We know your tab.
But the sound they come.
The camera be too bright.
So
now you have your mail now. Your mail.
No, last time.
Just download that. So create some folder. So let's people look at it. So what we open so that once you are coming, you will know that. So you are going to mention that resource extraction so that we know that this is the one coming. Get it. Resource extraction. Yes, I've saved it now.
Yeah, so you can just open it up.
So you are starting. Oh, okay.
No. Hello. The thing is not loaded. Let's agree and speak to your work. You have 6 minutes to do the presentation. Then after that, the discussion please even comment on that. Then I can
You see what I was saying about sharing the slides and all of those ones in the board.
Oh,
they said Prof was taking the pointer away, so now you have to use my.
Yeah, give it to Prof. Yeah, or else you'll be.
If it's not coming, let me try my hand. It's quality. We got two laptops. Nice. Yeah.
You don't worry. I'm waiting for the okay. But do you have the like?
You now have your spec.
Yeah.
And then if you're what please. You prefer it.
No. What's like?
So for now,
So I just go change
you have two. Yeah.
I think they don't start yet.
He said we just he said we are he's waiting for us.
Oh.
When they make them so now you can move it from here.
Yeah, there.
He has the
Yeah.
point.
No, he can even control it.
He has the point.
Okay, that's a point.
So I
Hey, your own.
one time put yourself.
On a presentation. No. On the presentation, I was control. You for control.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's moving on. It's
here.
moving you.
I need to check it. Wait.
All right.
And yeah,
You know you change for you.
No, not the change for here. That's
J
why I
on
said-
the don't make. You jam.
Yeah, point up.
No. But they talk the.
So my name is Marcus.
Yeah.
I'm presenting this work
Five things are there again.
by co-authors Francis, Anastasia and Sylvanus. And our work is looking at the effect of resource extraction on farm performance.
So if you don't want in the country.
Next slide.
Next slide. Next slide.
Okay. I guess the presentation is not going to go. I'll speak to the point.
So you see, if this one, so close the minimize it.
So basically,
This
what
would
we
be
try to do
divine
with this
for
paper
you.
was
Honestly.
we,
This one.
especially recently,
Honestly.
we all know the effect of cannabis and how it has become a big menace. And so we try to look at
I minimize it.
the sustainability effect of resource extraction, how it affects the productivity of farmers. And we use the GLSS data from Ghana's statistics 4 ways of
Actually, show it.
GLSS 4, 5,
We show it
6.
now. Okay.
We harmonize
The
them.
next slide.
Thank you very much. So now can I put the camera put it up? Make I do picture in picture.
Well, I mean, now that it's not. We know that our economy depends strongly on agriculture and resource extraction, and we need them. So how do we find a balance? Okay, so our main question was how does natural resource extraction change technology and activity? And we focus specifically on productivity side, how it affects the technical efficiency and technological ratio of farmers,
During the break,
and
we should
also
check
how
all
to
this
spend
thing.
varying types of.
So it's during the break.
On this slide, we show
That
our
time nothing was
percentage
working as we could have seen.
because
Because okay,
indeed,
if it's done,
resource
everything's
extraction
copied. Have you
affects
copied?
productivity,
Have you copied?
And so
Yes.
here we are
Yes, so let's see it's done.
estimating the better technical efficiency through the method of frontier.
It will be the same way. It will be the same. And if it is this same place will do this.
Like
So
I'll
let's
say,
see done before download it.
always on the from 1997. We have about 20 years.
Is the reason why if you
And
wanted it, you would have created
we are
all of
looking
them
at
at
what
once.
types of resources
So it'll be
that
easier
we
to
can
just move from one to the
mining,
other. So
some
if anybody will
inquiry,
present again, apart from you, let them also bring it so that we don't mix at the same time.
localities may use the different technology from those who are in communities where extraction is not happening. And so in frontier analysis, if you make the assumption that their tech is same, you might end up with
wrong outcomes, and so we merge them through the BSF. And so in doing that, we need to be able to compare the outcome that we get. And this is where the meta frontier comes in. And to be able to estimate a stochastic frontier for farmers in less than extraction community and those in the non-extraction community. And then estimate a common frontier that envelopes both technology. So what you have it we, of course, we needed to do some model diagnostics, and all our model diagnostics show that indeed using the model that we use are appropriate. So maybe you see that farmers in areas where
That's why you're suffering
from land compared to
because you are not pointed at
from areas where mining is produced. So because land there is degraded, into American use more high labor, more more. However, this only reduces their inefficiency, doesn't continue to grow. And so
I never seen before, but I have to talk here.
Areas where
I never seen
farmers in the non-extraction areas outperform those in the extraction areas, which means that the degraded soil would have to see as a result of really come
they cover the community. But now this one, no, they cover the community.
Now, we also did do that in effect crops, which crops are most affected, and also by region. And we see that yam, tomato, and cassava are the main crops that are affected. So good rice and peanut not too much. By region, we start the effect is rated in.
Why putting the splitter? Putting the splitter. Yeah.
Whereas
you know, the splitter don't do anything. Yeah.
You know that our data ends in boosted. So it would be, and we suspect this. So when the GLS is taken out, you will update instead. But the recent balancing menace that we are seeing in the cocoa mining area would actually reflect this figure when new data comes out. We'll do that. So what conclusions and recommendations are we therefore? We need to find policies that are able to balance the use of agriculture and resource extraction so that farmers benefit. The nation also benefits by getting the revenue by the use of this. And there needs to be proper coordination in policy. We said here in conclusion that through the policy when government the strategy and agriculture align towards the shared sustainability agenda as we've been talking about. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So I will go. Yeah, then I said
general productivity figure in agriculture.
You get you. Just open it. Open the copy of it so that nobody. Especially will be like that. Control A. Just put for your downloads. Open documents. Just put. Relax. Nobody chase you. Relax. Take your time. She's going. Just open your own. Gender. This is G. Try this one.
No, this will be resource extraction. What's the topic? No, her name. Her name right now. Yes, at 13.
You should name the power. I think that is
name her power, her name.
Of Masa. So go. Certainly.
Good afternoon.
A few minutes to go.
On the gender productivity gap in agriculture and assessing the role of climate smart agriculture. So
You saw that the auditor. You saw that the auditor. Yeah, but some kind of glitch.
so traditionally, so traditionally, gender norms dictate decisions that are made with regard to household with agricultural
Day in and day out.
household.
You get that.
And
Somebody take for it.
usually power lies with the male members of the family
But if you play the
who
music
have
still now,
control
the same
over
way,
resources. Affect the allocation of land and other productive resources in agricultural production. So higher allocations are given to new house members, while usually lower and much less, much more productive lands are allocated to women, specifically wives in a household. And this goes a long way to affect the level of productivity from their farm compared to the new members of the house.
It's actually fair, I think they are the whole day plus.
However, even though
We only actually have the
the effect of climate change go on to increase the effect. And the research has showed that the main way out of it is through the uptake of climate smart agriculture, which is proposed as a measure that can increase the level of productivity and adaptation for farm households. However, the level of uptake is quite low, and empirically, most of our research has mostly focused on productivity and the gap that exists between on the productivity gap that exists. But then the role of CSA narrowing the gap has indeed attention. So this research therefore seeks to achieve these objectives by looking at gap that exists and then various practices that
what are they doing?
to achieve this, the study was held in the northern and upper west region.
Yeah, that was that was not continue.
A total of 405 households were sampled, but in each household, the husband and the wife interviewed. Also, focus group discussions were conducted to support the results. A two-stage approach is used here. We looked at we used OLS to look at determinants, and then residuals were generated from it, included in the blender decomposition, which gave us the gender gap, and further enhanced by the recented influence function to look at the gap at different percentiles. So the results show that yes, there is an observed gap of about 44% between husbands and wives in the production of maize, and about 12% in the production of granules. So the study is actually at maize and granules. And then decomposing this gap further shows that both the endowments effects and coefficient effects show high significance levels for endowment in the production of maize, and then both for the production of granule. So the percentile analysis also showed that yes, at each percentile,
there are still wide gaps in the levels of productivity between husbands and wives. And looking at the role of CSA, the results further show that yes, CSA significantly, the uptake of CSA significantly contributes to higher levels of productivity for both husbands and wives. However, the magnitude is much higher for wives than for husbands. And then it's even though under the components, the individual components, CSA shows that the results for CSA show that it's not significant, but then it shows a potential in reducing the gap. This is a continuation, and then our study concludes that yes, the CSA plays a very important role in determining the CSA plays an important role in determining the productivity levels between husbands and wives. And then CSA uptake therefore shows has proved that yes, it can help reduce the gender gap, productivity gap between husbands and wives. Therefore, we recommend that policies and interventions should consider gender responsive approaches, especially in the uptake and or promotion of labor saving technologies that are climate smart. This will help wives that are time constrained to increase their levels of production. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me invite Dr. In the discussion, you have 2 minutes for my real code.
I'm not sure I can't have again. Talking about what?
All right, thank you very much.
Good day,
Start with Mark. First, I commend you for the slides, very clear and figures. And then the conclusion, general sound, the slides are very copy. However, for the sake of time, there are some things we need to touch on. I would like you to tell us crop choice or crop selection implications of the results we found regarding the effects on yam, tomato, cassava, which were found to be the most common such extractive activities. But when it comes to tolerating stress, we know that these are more tolerating than maize and the rest. Yeah? And then also you tell us why you included salt reduction, which to me appeared a bit weird compared to mining, sampling, quarrying in your work. And then lastly, what the implication of this family and high labor, because the direction of effects are the same. Why did you separate them? And your results shows us that the direction of effects are not the same. And then Albert, okay. Thank you also very much for the presentation, where you try to look at CSA uptake and then the implication between males and females. Yeah. Why you tell us the rationale behind you trying to separate them or looking at it from a gender perspective, and then you tell us the main let me put it this way, placing it in the context of deprivation or marginalization. Because you know that males and females, they usually face different challenges when it comes to assets, use of technology, and in technology adoption. Placing it in the context of marginalization. What could be some of the constraints when it comes to applicable development?
Thank you. You want to respond? No, just about a minute. You have about a minute to respond. No, we will take another 2 minutes. You want to respond? That's a minute. Okay, they are suggesting.
Yeah, please, I will take one. There was a question. No? So do you want to respond?
Dr. Wansi, thank you for your constructive comments. Especially on the nice comments. Now, why do we want the effect of our finance on one? It looks like for root and tuber crops, mainly because I don't know whether it's because they are in the ground, that is why the effect is that high on them compared to the cereal crops that bear more surface level. So that could be one of the things that we can see. Of course, this needs a bit more thinking, and so I'll let that reflect in future works. And why do we separate family and idle labor? We wanted to look at resource availability and effects. Family labor is directly available to the farm, and so the farmer can readily access. Whereas idle labor is a market-based decision that the farmer makes, and we only make it when you screen because family labor is problem market. And so separating them gives you the nuanced effect of labor as compared to if you were just made them. Okay. And the third one, why include salt mining? Mainly, yes, because it looks very different from burying, sand weighing. Yes, but mainly we didn't want to exclude the major extraction activity in water race, which we found in the data to be salt extraction. And so without that effect, we would be presenting an income picture. And that is why we maybe not, but where you I think where the where you spread the thought out is also very suitable for shallot and some salt tolerant vegetable type. And we have all of these crops in the crop mix, and so including it help to do that. When you finish mining, yes, use another. So we could look at farmers in extraction areas and those in non-extraction areas, and I think that you use similar technologies. But that would be a wrong approach as we find from the bottom line. So if you use the meta prompt here, several of them, but yes, we did that. The result is on the slide. It's only because I have to wait the system to start.
But I'm giving it because the people.
Like we did the test proved that there was a leak. Yes,
like if you give this man microphone, give me. Zoom no go hear questions. If you give him microphone, give me.
Yes.
The people for Zoom no go hear any questions.
So thank you very much. So I think you want me to explain the rationale behind the work and the constraints that might have that might have resulted in many more. So for the state, recently the world is trying to achieve higher levels of productivity, sustainability, and in promoting programs and to increase these levels of productivity, it is right that we make sure that nobody is left behind, and that no matter how little their contribution, it should be captured and included to inform future policy. So we decided to break it down to wives and husbands. It's to really bring out or show the effects of gender, or let's say the effect of our social norms, the effect the social norms have on the vision of resources within the household. And so dividing it wives and husbands to show their differences, but also the effects that CSA active have on each gender's productivity level would really give a show more insight into the differences that exist, and then take measures in the region itself to achieve general empowerment.
Yeah, I think that's too bad. Oh, yeah. When you have problem.
But you that like the reason why I asked the last question was that you know that when it comes to resource access and endowment issues, the females are most affected. But then when you do the analysis, you realize that they really benefit more from this CES thing. So one thing you could do is find out some of the challenges these two groups would face when it comes to this CSD adoption, so that when it comes to making policy implications, we know the direction that
they can publish it. So I think you made mention in your presentation that the ladies are involved in less productive activity at the household. Is that a statement or something that you believe in? Less productive. They have less productive time. So you go to a village, you talk to the man and the woman, right? And you gather data. If you're making the assumption that the man intentionally allocates the less productive time to the wife, rationally, I mean, why should I allocate the less productive to my wife? Implicitly, already my land is productive right from the beginning. If you make the assumption that I already allocated the inefficient part of the land to my wife, the woman will be inefficient. You understand? So you are co-funding the analysis. You are already bringing so that bias already there. Because it's already what has been captured. You get it. So I think your data is going, but if I'm reviewing this is some of the things I'll ask myself, right? You go to a village, you talk to the man, you talk to the woman, right? The man is likely to help the woman on the field, and the woman is likely to help the man on the field. So there's something called compounding. What you are seeing on the man's map is not due to the man's effort alone. And what you are seeing on the woman's map is not due to the woman's effort alone. Right? So then this compounding and you cannot center in your data. So I think you have to be careful the way you present that data. Because what we are seeing econometrically, we are saying that what we are seeing here, all things being equal, is it due to the space? That coefficient is actually due to that space. Because I've explained to you that on the bar, the man will have the alpha and the relative.
All right, thank you. Maybe so I'll let some so the discussion can let me the other two the paper on impact of women's empowerment on food
Stretch evidence stretch this so they will know you want to name now. They come with them out there.
My name is Ernest Akika Magambo, and I'm presenting this paper on behalf of my others, impact of women's empowerment in service loss mitigation of county. And post-harvest losses has been one of the major challenges threatening food security or food insecurity issues in parts of the world. And when you pick coffee, for instance, it has been established that about 30 to almost 60% of the coffee harvested can go post-harvest losses and late harvest if care is not taken. And one of the major actors or women play a lot of roles when it comes to the value chain activities of cowing. So now the question is, women empowerment seems to have some lines. Women along this chain are empowered. We want to see the impact to have post-harvest losses. Hence, this thing. And so the main research objective was to examine the impact of empowerment levels of women on post-harvest losses. And these were the key specific the key objectives. First of all, we want to quantify the level of losses to the main actors. Then we want to assess the empowerment levels of women at these nodes. Then we want to know the impacts of their empowerment levels on the losses. And so this study was carried out in the Ashanti region activities, challenging for public production. And in all, a total of 162 producers were sampled. 108 traders and 75 processors were sampled for this study. And then in the analytical approach, the FAO guidelines for assessing service losses was adopted. And then the second objective, the project level rents empowerment and cultural impacts market inclusion was adopted in assessing the empowerment levels of women. And then the first probability weighted regression adjustment was used in assessing the impact of the empowerment levels on service losses. And so this table summarizes the service losses to all the actors, producers, traders, and then the processors. And averagely, it's shown that producers produce about 3,965 kilograms of coffee annually. And then out of that, they lose about 1,089 kilograms. And then this shows that producers are losing about 30% of what they produce annually. And from the FAO guidelines, in economic terms, using the market price of coffee industry, it translates to about 1,481 Ghana cedis per year. So that's per acre. So it means that annually, coffee producers lose about this per every acre of coffee they produce. And this same analogy moves on to the traders as well, where they are also losing about 8% of what they procure, translating to about 1,455 Ghana cedis per every trading cycle. Whereas processors also lose about 1,330 Ghana cedis for every processing cycle. Like that. And now the assessment of the empowerment levels, the pro-real market information was adopted. And according to the index, we have 12 indicators, and these are the indicators. And all these indicators are questions where we assess the adequacy levels of the women. And the results here under each of them show the adequacy levels of women. When they take the autonomy income, on the top of autonomy income, this is where women involved in these activities, coffee production, they command the half over their income, how they use them. And it shows that 35% of adequate that when it comes to traders, about 40% and then 72% of the producers will adequate in that. Now the program statistics here, where we have this empowerment headcount ratio, and under the producers, it's telling us that about 55% of the producers were disempowered, 37% of the traders were disempowered, whereas about 38% of the processors were disempowered. And the intensity of disempowerment is telling us the percentage of the indicators in which these women were disempowered, and it shows about 37% and 47% of the actors respectively. And then in all, the progress score was given about 82%, 90% of each of the actors. Now to the impacts of these empowerment levels on post-harvest losses. Now, according to the constructors of the instruments, we have empowered and then disempowered. And then we went a step further, those who were empowered, we categorized them to the lower 10% and then upper 10% down, highly empowered and then lowly empowered. And so we have disempowered, lowly empowered, and then highly empowered. And this table here shows that among producers, those who are lowly empowered, they have 168 kilograms of losses less than those who are disempowered. So when we compare those who are lowly empowered at the production node as compared to those who are not empowered, it means that those who are lowly empowered, they have less post-harvest losses of 168 kilograms. And those who are highly empowered have about 175 kilograms, less than those who are disempowered, and the same explanation for the traders and the process. And then based on this, and then based on the adequacy levels, this study is recommending that in coming out with the estimation of the losses, we identified the critical harvest loss points. So especially at the transportation and the storage node. And so producers should focus on these areas as well so that it will cut down their post-harvest losses. And then also we realize that memberships, the organizations or FUs also helps them to even reduce their losses. So we are encouraging that you should get these women into groups, and by so we will have shared resources like warehouses and other equipment people will help reduce their post-harvest losses. And then also access to credit and other things will help their economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next presenter, the migration and technical efficiency of maize farm. Migration of
Okay, then you go to the next one. It's a migration of something, crop farm or something like that. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Kreben Kojo Kochegbe, and I'm presenting on migration and technical efficiency of maize farm household in Northern Benin on behalf of my supervisor. These are the presentation outline. Migration has become an integral component of rural livelihood strategy in developing country economy, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, where households diversify their income sources by to cope with agricultural risk, limited rural employment, and climatic variability. Within this context, the decision of a household member to migrate, whether temporarily or permanently, has profound implications for agricultural production, labor allocation, and the efficiency with which the farm resources are utilized. Migration often results in the organization of household labor and managerial capacity, as well as change in access to capital through remittances or social capital. This dynamic raises the critical question. Does migration enhance or reduce the technical efficiency of farm household? Understand how migration affects technical efficiency is essential because it can reveal whether rural-urban migration constitutes a productivity enhancing adaptation strategy or a constraint to agricultural intensification. The main objectives of this research is to evaluate the technical efficiency of the farm household in Northern Benin, accounting for rural-urban migration. And to achieve this objective, I want to examine the determinant of rural-urban migration among the maize farm households, estimate the mean technical efficiency of both maize farm households with and without migrants, and finally identify the drivers of inefficiency among the maize farm households. The study area is the Republic of Benin, and the northern part was chosen like the city area. And but this sampling technique was used to select the respondent after applying the main formula to calculate the sample size of 389 with 96,249 agricultural households as a agricultural population study. Okay, this study applied the frontier with some selection corrected, following a green approach to account for selection bias, because the assumption is that the determinant of rural-urban migration, we assume that the unobserved factors in the first step of the analysis will be correlated with the noise in the technical efficiency, which will rise by the selection bias. So these are the variables used, and the inputs are here: farm size, seed, fertilizer, and hour of labor. So this is the first stage where we estimated the determinant of rural-urban migration, and the pseudo R square here show that the model show the independent variable explain the independent variable, which is migration at 88%, and a lot of variables are significant, indicating that the rural-urban migration is affected by sex of head of household, the age, the household situation, or another situation like the debt, the access to credit, migration information, and other variables. This is the second stage where we estimated the frontier, and before that, we test for the choice of a production function where the AIC and DIC with the likelihood ratio test confirmed that the log production function is better than the Cobb-Douglas. So the result from the frontier shows that maize farm size is significant and positive across all the groups, showing that the maize farm size is the important input in the production of maize. So here is the conventional production function, and here it is sample selection corrected. So here we have the gamma, which show the level of technical efficiency. We show that the difference between the frontier and the observed is depend on the noise and the measurement error. Now coming to the sigma U is the noise, the error term in this structure of which is significant across all the sample, showing that there's the measurement error, which is the to account. The sigma U here, we show the inefficiency term, but here, which is the subsample of households with migrant, is not significant, showing that for the first assumption, the household with migrant are more technically efficient more than the household without migrant. And coming to the sum selection corrected, the sigma U2 is not significant, confirming that the farm household with migrant are still efficient technically more than farm household without migrant. The selectivity bias, which measured by the whole, here is significant and negative across all the subsample, indicating that there's the presence of selection bias, and the negative sign means that unobserved factor that increases the probability of participating in rural-urban migration decrease the output of maize. After that, we estimated the mean technical efficiency across all the sample, and in the conventional, you can see that the migrant household has this mean technical efficiency, and the non-migrant household has this mean technical efficiency. In the sample selection, the migrant household or the household with migrant still better or perform better than the households without migrant. And the difference between the two of the subsample are significant. After that, we estimated the factors influencing the inefficiency, and we saw that, okay, the conclusion, the study concluded that factors such as sex of Sex and age of household head, household financial situation like debt and access to credit, migration, information, social influence, climate change, and other variables are the drivers of rural area migration in the steady area. The study revealed also that farm size and number of hours spent on farm are the factors influencing the maize productivity. The farm household without migrants are more technically efficient in production compared to the farm household with migrant. And we conclude that we recommend that the head of household should monitor the out migration of the youth and prioritize the investment of the remittances in agriculture, facilitate labor substitution and technology adoption. And we recommend that the government should target policies that enhance rural financial access and strengthen essential services which can help migrant households catch up in efficiency and sustain their productivity for those with migrant. And policymakers should recognize migration as a structural component of rural development rather than a symptom of underdevelopment and integrate migration into rural development policy.
Thank you. Dr. Wang, you are the discussant.
Thank you for our presentation. Somewhere in the presentations, but I don't have too much. However, you should have presented of the data. Some economics of the data about the producers who are working in the town, the producers, their farmers, within farmers or farmers. So their age, their educational level, are they having other jobs that they are doing? Also important. And the same goes the next point that you don't have together some economics, some dispute directive, age, education, gender, and all that. Then also the first presenter, your table, the results. Analyze the harvest loss, loss of per acre and not per month. In the production of the area, you are going to analyze it or presented it in the or ask people to analyze the loss of the quantity. You are going to analyze it as you analyze the loss. Then you are sampling the sampling technique. You just presented the volume. I don't know whether you use any scientific method to arrive at the sample that you took. The Yamin's formula is very obvious and most people use it. If you could use a scientific or a more practical method, arrive at your sample size. Then your regression, you presented the effect of empowerment, women empowerment and service law. If you can show us the dependent variable, so is it with service laws having effect, or is it women empowerment having effect on what? But it wasn't clear in the regression. And the next presenter was migration, the effect of migration on technical efficiency. It wasn't clear which migration variable are you using. How migration information, so which is migration? Are they moving from south? Are they moving from north, south, up? Are they farm workers? Are they the landowners? So you have specific variables of migration and its effect on what? Technical efficiency. Okay, I'm done.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. And do you want to respond?
Thank you so much. In the
taking into consideration all that you have said, the only thing I want to add is that the sampling was done systematically. The two regions, two window producer account producer areas selected, and the micromanagers also selected based on information from the agricultural and offices. We have some farmers systematic okay.
Yeah, I'm the thought I got to this part. I think the only thing I want to raise issue with is the weekly analysis of the production. That is not possible, right? It is for a season. Okay, so we're working with a typical cycle. If you are a farmer, your cycle is a season. If you are a trader, you have a typical weekly cycle or a monthly cycle. So it's not possible to bring down the production on a week or a month basis. That is why we didn't do that way. Thank you.
I have a question for the essence policy. Okay, so you reported you also suppose others, right? You reported meet the averages, right? By doing give us the standard deviation for us to gauge the dispersion. So you know the averages are very sensitive. So whenever I get to do something money or multiplication, I will rather want to use the median, which is less biased when it comes to outliers. Because if they have presented the standard deviation, we have been able to look at clusters around the mean, therefore we can take this seriously. No, and the mean is very, very sensitive towards the outlier, right? And the same thing is what you also use in your impact estimation, right? In the impact estimation will be very sensitive to the mean, because to shift, oh, you're having effect, but it may not really be an effect, but the is biased. So take note, you can use the median to prove the estimation, just to make sure you're having good points.
Thank you for the question about the migration parables. In the main work, that the full thesis, the parable was categorical. Either you have a migrant, temporary migrant, permanent migrant, or you don't have at all. But for the purpose of this paper, I combine the permanent and temporary in you have migrant or not. So it's binary in this objective. Okay. 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 Yes, this okay.
We have been at conference where they will tell you just 5 minutes, tell us what is in the paper. Okay, so you don't have to dwell so much on everything you put on the slide. Tell us the key message there, and then you move on. You should be able to communicate whatever you want within 5 to 7 minutes. So let's take note of that.
Oh, that's about it. So service law are the values you show, the percentage, are they correct? Did you cross-check? I'm having a feedback, the number of people are saying. So please check them. Okay, I'm taking 2, 1 for each, then we can.
Yes, so for service losses, I think your presentation, your work will look good, but the problem I have with it is that if you are talking about traders losing some amount or quantity of carbon, is it per bag or at what volume in terms of the gross value of carbon the bought? What percentage did they lose? So if you do it per bag, that one it is more meaningful than what? Than lumping everything together, saying that it lose this amount of what the name of that carbon. Then secondly, if you go to even the farmers, to the same thing. I think farmers one, I saw the acre, and that is good. But the traders and then the consumers, is this consumer? No, processors. And then my last aspect, my last question is, you are talking about processors. Who are the processors of cowpea? Processing cowpea to what? So maybe if you can throw some light on that.
All right, any other? I'm sure they are taking notes. Any other issue? Okay. Okay, if there are no other, the migration and technical of the farmhouse is the northern correctly for some selection. I was actually thinking about how to extend the green sample selection by a model. Before that, the shifts emphasis from the empirical analysis to development of the farm. So you may want to take note of that. All right. So we can give them data. Thank you so much. And the presenters, note we have a journal, the Ghana Journal of Agricultural Economics and then Agribusiness. Consider submitting your papers to that journal. The secretary would put the journal email address on our website so that you should consider submitting to the journal. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I think we are done for the session and we are supposed to have our lunch before we come back. I don't know the time for the lunch, the number of minutes that will be given. But I'm sure maybe 40 or 30 minutes. Let's not be and then quickly come back. Well, we still have a lot of things.
For there's lions beware. Oh Bambi, I won't lie. If I weren't in this spider web of mine, if grandfather never had 7 wives, then darling, you would be love of my life. Oh Bambi, it's my design to run the jungle. I must be a lion or be a cheetah, but neither is fine. Don't wanna hurt my dear love of my life. Bambi, Bambi, ah, Bambi, my dear, my dear, my dear, ah, Bambi, my dear, I want you here. Don't get too near, for there's lions beware. Sometimes I hide. When you FaceTime, I text you back alive. 'Cause I'm afraid to look back in your eyes. I'm terrified you were love of my life. The woman among the tribe, they will be jealous of this lullaby. I'll drink alone in my hotel and cry. 'Cause now they know you are love of my life. Bambi, Bambi, ah, Bambi, my dear, my dear, my dear, ah, Bambi, my dear, I want you here. Don't get too near, for there's lions beware. I wish that we were forever young. I always knew that this day would come. The fork in the road where I cannot run. Between loving many and loving one. I got the wedding invitation, Bambi. I'm happy that he wants to make a family. But I cannot promise I won't run up in the church there screaming your name, Bambi. No one can take you from me, Bambi. No one can take you from me, Bambi. No one can take you from me, Bambi. Bambi, Bambi, ah, Bambi, my dear, I want you, ah, Bambi. Oh, baby, don't get you near. No, there are lions
It is what it is. Oh yeah. Leave keys. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sometimes I'm happy, sometimes I'm sad. I don't know what's over me. Sometimes I'm good, sometimes I'm wild. I don't know what's over me. I don't know what's over me. I'm overthinking everything. At times me feel like nobody can understand the way I feel. 'Cause I am fucked up totally. I don't know how to keep company. So I've been drinking cognac. I've been drinking too many shots of cognac. One for the belly, another for the broken hearts. 3 for addition 4, so I don't go back. Looking for somebody who can watch my shoulders, so I can never be sober. so. Oh, yes, I did it. How many million I make for a living? When my Louis Vuitton post for the biggie. Let the camera like hit my titty, you know. Nobody's better than me. Nobody's better than me. I do it differently. Everybody can see, but I don't know what's over me. I'm overthinking everything. At time me feel like nobody can understand the way I feel, cause I am fucked up totally. I don't know how to keep company, so I've been drinking cognac. I've been drinking too many shots of cognac. One for the belly, another for the broken hearts. 3 for addition 4, so I don't go back. Looking for somebody who can watch my shoulders, so I can never be sober. Bicycle and the boy will love. Not in my eyes, in my mouth, you don't tell her. I ain't telling cause I give you umbrella. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, pendant. Give you my last cash, pendant. I show you my best friend. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, pendant. Show you my best friend. I give you my last guy, you spend down. Everything I do, I under 50, under. Me and be under 50, understand. That's the way you do me, all of my fans are busy violent. I don't matter, pick it content. I don't fight the uniform man. Oluwa, can you fix the problem? Thunder, fire, that your reason. Where they give it to make you leave me. Thunder, fire, that your reason. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, pendant. Give you my last cash, pendant. I show you my best friend. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, pendant. Show you my best friend. I give you my last guy, you spend down. Everything I do, I under 50, under. Me and be under 50, understand. That's the way you do me, under 50, under. Under 50, understand. That's the way you do me, under 50, under.
for your case. I go to war for your case. I go to court for your case. I climb the bridge for your case. Enter water for your case. I punch the judge for your case. Anything you want, baby, that's for you, baby. For your case, yo. For your case, yo. No. For your case, yo. For your case, yo. No. 'Cause my papa no be Dangote. But we go there, okay, yeah, yeah. But my papa no be Dangote. But we go there, okay, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I go shoot for your case. I go slack back, baby, for your case. I go call MC Oluomo. I go report all of them. I go shoot for your case. I go slack back, baby, for your case. I go call MC Oluomo. I go report all of them. So tell me, what the hell are you waiting for? If not to drop Indomie, we go drop. If not to suck it, we go suck it. What the hell are you waiting for? If not to fry akara, we go fry. If not to soak akamu, we go soak. Fire case, yo. Fire case, yo. No. Fire case, yo. Fire case, yo. No. 'Cause my papa no be Dangote. But we go there, okay, yeah, yeah. But my papa no be Dangote. But we go there, okay, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I go shoot for your case. I go slack back, baby, for your case. I go call MC Oluomo. I go report all of them. I go shoot for your case. I go slack back, baby, for your case. I go call MC Oluomo. I go report all of them. For your case, yo. For your case, yo. No. For your case, yo. For your case, yo. No. Pem pem, ijelebe. Pem pem, ijelebe. Pem pem, ijelebe. Pem pem, ijelebe.
Jason.
I can't take your pain away, but I can make you feel better. If you stay another day, yeah, we can do it together. From sundown to sundown, we go walk the walk together. We go do the do forever. From sundown to sundown. a soldier, would you fight for me? Baby, wait for me. Would you stay with me? No regrets, baby. Like a soldier, would you fight for me? Oh, you make me smile. Oh, you give me joy. You dey make me wanna follow. You dey for my mind. Oh, you give me joy. Oh, you give me joy. You dey make me wanna follow. You dey for my mind.
Jason. Dr. Dollar Entertainment. It's urban sound. Dr. Dollar Entertainment.
Kajo, kajo, kajo. Kayo, kayo, kajo. Uyo me yo lewu osan okan mi oje. Uyo me yo, uyo me yo. Oh, uyo me yo lewu osan okan mi oje. Uyo me yo, uyo me yo. Uyo me yo lewu osan okan mi oje. Everybody's born a winner, yeah, yeah. If only you just believe, yeah, yeah. Close your eyes and come and see, now, yeah, yeah. Don't you worry about a thing, 'cause if you were gone, you can't get it if you work. If you strive hard, you can't be just what you want. If you were gone, you can climb the mountain top, 'cause nothing is too small and nothing is too big. Ooh, yeah, me, yeah. Ooh, yeah, me, yeah. Oh, ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah, me, yeah. Le, ooh, oh, sa, oh, come here, yeah. Ooh, yeah, me, yeah. Ooh, yeah, me, yeah. Oh, ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah, me, yeah. Le, ooh, oh, sa, oh, come here, yeah. What my eyes have seen, yeah. Ohun tójú mi ti rí, yeah, yeah. Don't let them tell you you can't, and they won't help you just so you know. Just keep on pushing, oh. Ibi tí daddy mi ò dé, máa dé bẹ́ẹ̀ máa tún kọjá, oh. Ibi tí mami mi ò dé, máa dé bẹ́ẹ̀ máa tún kọjá, oh. Orí mi jọ̀wọ́, orí lánàá kọ mí, oh. Orí mi máa sùn, yeah, 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 yeah.
Dr. Dollar Entertainment.
Mo ṣoríire láyé mi o, mo ṣoríire. Mo ṣe rere láyé mi, mo ṣe rere. Oh, man.
one taste and I'm wanting more, shawty. Waiting you give me is not enough. Oh. You know, tell me I know I'm falling in love, shawty. But waiting you give me is not enough. Oh. Oh baby, I'm getting jealous. Don't wanna see you with anybody. Oh, I'm getting jealous already. I'm getting jealous. Don't wanna see you with anybody. Oh, I'm getting jealous already. I'm getting addicted, oh, oh. I'm getting addicted, oh baby. I'm getting addicted, oh, oh. I'm getting addicted to you. Said I'm getting addicted, oh, oh. I'm getting addicted, oh baby. I'm getting addicted, oh, oh. I'm getting addicted to you. What have you done to me? Nah, baby, you got me chasing after you. What have you done to me? Oh, got me chasing after you. What have you done to me? Yeah, you got me chasing after you. What have you done to me? Oh, got me chasing after you. Take it easy, sugar for me. I wanna have you forever. I'm on your love, and it's all I need. Girl, I'm falling for you, falling, yeah. And I'm calling on you, calling. Oh, oh baby, I'm getting jealous. Don't wanna see you with anybody. I'm getting jealous already. I'm getting jealous. Don't wanna see you with anybody. I'm getting jealous already. I'm getting addicted, oh, oh. I'm getting addicted, oh baby. I'm getting addicted, oh, oh. I'm getting addicted to you. Said I'm getting addicted, oh, oh. I'm getting addicted, oh baby. I'm getting addicted, oh, oh. I'm getting addicted to you. What have you done to me? Nah, baby, you got me chasing after you. What have you done to me? Oh, got me chasing after you. What have you done to me? Yeah, you got me chasing after you. What have you done to me? Oh, got me chasing after you. Low-key, all of them done they notice. I'm not joking, all my guys them know me. Since 06, I've been writing this story. I know be OG, but if you ask them know me. I know they blow trees, only lonely me lonely. Music chose me, just know this and know peace. I dey low-key, but I'm never lonely. Sexy ladies, come wine for me slowly.
day, yeah. Try waiting I do if you're not the fair. One man they tell me to disappear, yeah. So come and help me, cause I don't pray, my man, I don't pray. Come on, man, I can't stay for one place, for God's sake, my day. Don't take my pain away from they are talking shit, what them no get me? Till you fall what's I put up my eyes, then shut, I ride, touch good, I cry, offshore, got my dreadlock. Leave me, I don't pray, Mohammed, I don't pray, come on, man, I can't stay for one place, for God's sake, my baby, come and ginger me, only you can feel my best, give me vitamins, we're gonna take these pains away. How long will it take you to realize? I don't know who to run to right now. I'm is opening every fire. I must say, bouncy out there. What are we doing, my dear, my dear? I surrender you myself. My hands are in the air. Only time will tell the difference clear. What is the reason you do not have your own peace of mind? Are you having fun or are you doing this thing to survive? Are you taking the pictures of every memories of your life? What's the reason why we're still out here? Chicken give me one better thing or two. Make a nigga suit and tie, let him fly like you. So you the route you try on time my shoes. Is that you? What are we doing, my dear, my dear? I surrender you myself. My hands are in the air. Only time will tell the difference clear. What is the reason you do not have your own peace of mind? Are you having fun or are you doing this thing to survive? Are you taking the pictures of every memories of your life? What's the reason why we're still out here? London.
I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill. Them no fit kill. Them no fit kill my. Wise man said, follow the stars. There you shall find a piece of advice. If you hit your enemies, enemies shine. If you're not a friend of me, enter the light. Cause you can never kill my vibe. Got here with no sacrifices. Everything was taken, still had to make it. Vibe killer, me I no go take shit. Vibe killer, bloody somebody time. Protect my energy from your bad aura. Then my pastor say I be my healer, everything I desire. I go receive my reading, flow like a river. If you get yawa, come on go and sit down. I go just para, come off my jigger. I go just pay, follow my dream. I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill my vibe. You no fit kill, you no fit kill, you no fit kill my vibe. I see you watching my stories. I see you gauging my lifestyle. I see you watching my movements. This bad bitch bad every day. I know they look at your face. Bad man bad every day. Get on your knees and pray till you regain your faith. Vibe killer, bloody somebody time. Protect my energy from your bad aura. Let my pastor say I be my healer, everything I desire. I go receive my reading, flow like a river. If you get yawa, come on go and sit down. I go just para, come off my jigger. I go just pay, follow my dream. I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill my vibe. You no fit kill, you no fit kill, you no fit kill my vibe.
fine. Kill a boy now, kill a boy now.
Cold glass in my hand, city lights dripping down. Laughing with strangers, but my heart's not around. Every sparkle fades when the beach slows low. I'm dressed in silver, but I still feel hollow. Eyes on me like I'm the prize tonight, but I'm fighting shadows in the flashing light. Smiles fall heavy when the crowd's too loud. Lonely in the middle of the midnight crowd. Midnight confetti, it rains, but I'm numb. Dancing in glitter, but I'm coming undone. Every shimmer hides an ache I suppress. I shine on the outside. Inside it's a mess. Inside it's a mess. Inside it's a mess. He whispers sweet lies just to taste the thrill. Kisses like champagne, but it burns too still. Camera flashes freeze the pain I disguise. I glow for the moment, then I blur in your eyes. Eyes on me like I'm the prize tonight, but I'm fighting shadows in the flashing light. Smiles fall heavy when the crowd's too loud. Lonely in the middle of the midnight crowd. Midnight confetti, it rains, but I'm numb. Dancing in glitter, but I'm coming undone. Every shimmer hides the ache I suppress. I shine on the outside. Inside it's a mess. Inside it's a mess. Inside it's a mess. Pieces of me scatter on the floor. No one sees what I'm aching for. Lights fade out and the truth begins. When the glitter's gone, the silence wins. Confetti's falling, but it won't stay. I'll wake alone when it blows away. The party ends, but the ache won't quit. Midnight confetti, I'm drowning in it. I'm drowning in it.
Oh, that's you're not feeling easier. Because then everything becomes very exciting. So I want every one of us out there and our life then action. So we are going to have a discussing or developing sustainable agribusiness in Africa. This remains very closely with our team today, which is transforming agribusiness in emerging. So want to invite Professor James Mensa, who is going to be the moderator for the session. Please welcome him. Mr. Professor James Mensa of our Daily Economic Business and Extension here at KNUS. Welcome him. In charge of this on behalf of the LO. All right, so the first discussion, I'm privileged to introduce Mr. Samuel who is the CEO of the
Yes, I know.
and it produces healthy and affordable CEO food for Ghana, Africa, and beyond. Please appreciate it. Then we have Engineer Bettina Mitchell, Managing Director of Vespa Oil Limited. The oil they provide a customer at the end of the session. Thank you very much for coming. Last but not least, you are here with us from the morning, Doctor, and we have really enjoyed your presence. Well, help me welcome Dr. Erasmus Petermati, who is also a lecturer, agroforestry department here at KNUS. Appreciate it. From the industry who are also going to share insight with that on developing sustainable agribusiness in Africa. They will share their experiences of industry practitioners so that we'll be able to make research with what they do. Appreciate the panel.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mrs. Wachabia, our able MC. Thank you very much. Oh, shall we give it to her? She is that so well since morning. And when she's around, you can't show. So get this right. All right. So I am happy to be selected to facilitate this session. And we are engaging our resource persons on the theme developing sustainable business in Africa, experiences from industry practitioners. And we couldn't have been luckier enough to have these three people. If you want experience on how to create, sustain businesses, then I think these three combined are the best choice that we can have. So please, let's give it to them once. Okay, so Zess, you are welcome. Before we, and I'm facilitating this session with the mindset that we have a diverse group here. We have students being about 50% of the participants or audience. We have senior members, academic, senior members, non-academic. We have industry practitioners like that. And therefore, we will try to satisfy all stakeholders who are present here. So just to put the discussion in context, I would want you to take us back, probably in about a minute or two each. Where have we come from as Yedens, as Vesta, as food center? And I'm asking this question because I want us to understand how easy or difficult is it to establish sustainable businesses in Ghana. If you want to start an agribusiness in Ghana, how difficult? And we want you to answer that question by placing your answer in the context of where you have come from and how far.
Okay.
So the microphone is there. At this point, I would want, and please, just for you to know, Vesta Chair is the current AGI president, chairman for Ashanti and the Bono region. Ashanti, Bono East and Hapo. And interestingly, when he's done, he's handing the baton to Mr. Somebody Skadu. So the investor, we hand over to Yedet. He's adding that, and he's his boss. I didn't say that. So can we hear from you? Where have you come from? Is it if you want to start agribusiness in Ghana, grow it to the level that you have come, how difficult or easy is it to do that? And any of you, otherwise the chairman, the current chairman will start. Yes, your initial thoughts on.
Thank you and good afternoon. I would say it's not very easy, but it's not something you cannot do. Where we are coming from, I'm an engineer by profession. I trained from KNUST here. And then worked in the gold mining industry for some time as a metallurgical engineer. And then whilst working, I set up Vesta Oil Mills. We set up initially crushing palm kernel. Then we got to a stage, just 1.5 years into the business, we're not getting raw material to process. We tried going to La Côte d'Ivoire to bring palm kernel and copra, that's dry coconut. We couldn't make it because of the distance and the cost. So we're introduced to soybean, and soybean has now become the mainstay of the business. Doing business in Ghana has always been, but if you have not entered into you, very, very difficult in terms of honesty and labor reliance and all that have been very difficult. And the most difficult aspect is even the raw material supply. When people are not, right now we're talking about planting maize and rice and whatever. Just set up and start buying, then you will see the glut anymore. So to cut everything short, we've come far from mechanical experiments to solvent extraction, and currently the leader in soybean processing, though somebody to particularly soon. But since we haven't done the current superpower when it comes to soybean. Thank you.
I think it's between 300 to 500.
So my name is Kwame. I love it when they indicate that the group here consists of about students. One of my heartbeats is how do we groom and nurture the next generation of entrepreneurs? Because all of us seated here live by eating. Without food, nothing. Whether you are an astronaut going to space, you need to find a way of packaging your food. Whether you are a tourist on a vessel, whether you are flying. I'm saying all these things to indicate that end to end, if we can understand our food systems so well and craft businesses around it, we will be on top. Unfortunately, we are lost. Agriculturally, the processes, we are lost in it all. And until that picture is centered within a coherent policy in this country, it becomes difficult.
If you go to every country where agriculture has become sustainable, it's because there's been a national coherent policy to identify the various food systems and nature those food systems, whether it's steak, cattle in the US or South Africa, whether it's tomato in Italy or wine in Italy and all that. In concluding, in an hour, in a minute, which I've overshot, is that you can become sustainable in agribusiness when one, you can understand the value chain and the food system in which you operate and craft a product that can deliver consumer value. Vesta is who he is because he's created a soya bean meal that is a go-to product for all poultry farmers. And so you can never become sustainable without markets. And those markets is selling a product. So, and those products come from a raw material. So that's why I mentioned coherence. If you can get all those things right, like my boss indicated, sometimes you don't even get a raw material. Or when you get a raw material, you don't have working capital. Or when you get a working capital and you produce forex, which you don't have anything, drops and import flour. So it's a whole mixture in the capsule. So can we have the thing on how the reports will be?
Thank you very much. I want to say that, as you said, my name is Erasmus Pete. I come from a multidisciplinary grounds because, as somebody mentioned, I lecture at the University Department of Agroforestry, but I'm also the head of CSIR, Crop Research Institute and United Rubber Station, and then I am a businessman. So, and what I love that. I always like to be called a farmer. What moves me or what sustains me much is the business. And I'm happy to be here to share my experiences with you. I have some of my products here, people who have booked with me. You come with me and be the same. Yeah, and those who know Asisawa, the market there at new members who might have read that book. So I was born and bred at Asisawa. Even not Asisawa is the suburb. They had electricity just about 4 years ago. So we were learning with people, the Latin, all that. So we've gone through a lot, and at each 12, I was able to get to farm to get 3 bags of maize. So that is where everything started from. And moving forward, I went to Chatroni College. Over there, I was selling honey. I would go to the village and bring honey to the school, BTC, Presbyterian Chatroni College. And so along those lines, I could see that business was good. And then I was posted to a village at Elembele, in nursing law. To go and teach. I was the pioneer teacher, I was the head teacher. At the same time, and then so those who know Mumuni, we passed from Mumuni to a town called Umanogu. Umanogu, we go to find stack of a line. And those towns, the Mopapa Green, and my place is a place for Asumasi of a line. So we pass through so many places before getting there. No motorbike, nothing. So I was the pioneer teacher And coming back to town, we're taking vehicles from not that Abu, the other one. No, not Romani. The main is vegetarian. Yes, so the vehicles were going only on Wednesdays. So if you mix it, you will not, it will be the following week. Yeah, so in fact, when I was there, going there before you come for your salary will be at vacation, so every 3 months. And the salary to get only from Azim. So I was saving money. And at that time, I was 22 years old. So that was the first time, that was the time I bought 50 acres of land for my salary. I was skipping and I started to go farm. So I made to go farm when I was age 20. Then before coming to KUST, so I was so enlightened already. Because when I was sitting there, I was buying salted fish and because I realized fish was very difficult to get in the village over there. So I started doing business alongside my profession before even coming to KUST, going to University of Guelph and other things. So I started doing business a whole lot. Currently, I cannot say everything here. We are into, I established the Food Advancement Ghana in 2015. And we are into supply of planting materials of coconut, rubber, cashew, and mango. I can say on authority that nobody supplies coconut seeds in Ghana more than Food Advancement Ghana. And then also we supply millions. And then also rubber, para rubber. Yeah, we have nurseries in the western region, and then also at Somanya. And then when you go to Kintabo, near the waterfalls, we have mango and then a cashew, and we produce in millions. And starting, it was not easy. It was not actually an easy thing. But I think that you need to, because of my background, I have a passion for it. So supposing God should give me the chance to go back to the other world and come again, I will still have chosen this route because it has really helped me, it has really equipped me. And then I've brought a lot of, products out of it. People coming through me, and then also, making life through business. So there are challenges and other things. I think we will talk about it as we move on, but it has not been easy. But I can say that agribusiness is the way to go. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So earlier on, Mr. Itimedu mentioned that he actually moved into how businesses can thrive. And earlier on, he mentioned the fact that we need a coherent policy as a country. And if you want to go into any agribusiness, you need to understand the value chain. So I want to pass that question to Mr. Namiche. If I'm a young person, I am a member of GAI. I want to move into agribusiness, and my desire is not to start campaign that will get people out. I want to establish a business, an agribusiness that generations after me will need to see. What do you think are the top 3 or top 2 things that you must consider if you want to really nurture a sustainable agribusiness? And Doc, I'll come to you with the same question.
I would say you must know kind of business what we're trying to. First, you have to study the market and know what products you are bringing out and whether there's market for it. If it's about agribusiness, depending on, I'm into processing. You have to be careful about the raw material that you are going to process, how available it is, because most of us cannot go into direct farming, then come in process, then go and sell. But we normally outsource that one to, we have outgrower schemes and stuff. So we have to study the value chain very well and be sure that get sustainable raw material supply and then raw market also. And hope that government policy, especially in Africa, will be favorable. I'm saying this because I recently visited Denmark, and if you look at small country, a tiny country like Denmark, the population of is over 6 million, and the kind of agriculture that they are doing, agribusiness that they are doing, and you bring it down here to Ghana, and you look at our country of over 33 million people. It's funny. I mean, they are into cooperatives, a whole lot of issues. And when you see their parts, it is about animal rearing, it's about processing. Those things are the things that we have to have here with good policies. They grow their businesses not for themselves alone, because they look outside to be sure that they can export. And they produce in excess to export. So those are the things that we have to take into account.
Okay. What I can say is that I've always been telling people that dream big, start small, but start now. And you cannot procrastinate. So you got the ideas. Value chain. If you come to coconut, for example, we have people who collect, even those who climb, we have transporters, so you study all the value chains. Come to rubber, the same thing. We have even nursery operators, we have people who do aggregation, we have packers, we have traders, we have exporters and importers. So you study the value chain, and I've been saying that you have to do SWOT analysis of your stock. Everybody will look at the SWOT analysis of your stock. Look at where your strengths are, where you have weaknesses, where opportunities are, and all that. I see opportunities every day. I've told people that there's no way I can report. I see opportunities that I work every day. I tell students and all that I see money every time. But people also don't see it like that. I've been telling them, you can start if you are selling kelewele. Kelewele, is it not agribusiness? Kelewele, yes. You are taking plantain, right plantain, and then you are selling it. You are adding value. You are selling it. You sell it in the night. You don't need a capital. I mean, you don't need to go and construct a big structure. You can just beg someone in front of the person's store. In the evening when they close, you can start work. By 12 midnight, you are pretty sure you can even do the 24-hour economy. And you get a lot from it. You are starting small, okay? You can go and start porridge business. I mean, just you add water and porridge and condo. In the morning, before the owner of the store will come and open that store, you have sold something already. By 9 o'clock or 8:30, that they'll come and open up the store. You might have sold. You have not paid anything, no rent, nothing. And you can still go and do any other thing. And the following day you come. We don't want to, handle tax. But when you are somebody that you have the passion, you want to handle tax, and you identify opportunities in each of the value chains, you can start work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Certainly, you made a point that you need to think big, start small, and start now. But although we appreciate the points that it doesn't just take financing to establish a sustainable agribusiness, but we are well aware that it is very critical. I want to get your thoughts on, in your several years of managing agribusinesses,
what one or two innovative financing models have you come across that you think that, okay, these are financing models that it can help it can help a thriving agribusiness to actually scale up to your level? Because as Africans, we want to see the next decade producing a lot of businesses that will lead the owners. What financing models can you share with us? What works? What doesn't work? How difficult it is to assess this financing model that we have come across? That I will start with.
Money. Which is one of the 5 M's that is critical to grow a business. Men, machinery, metals, money, and markets. Those are things. And so money is just one of them. And when you are talking of finance, you're talking of debt and equity. So once you ask what innovative financing model, I mean, there are some people who are lucky, like Steve Jobs, the Tesla Musk. They were fortunate to start something from their parents' gardens. We are in a country today that no bank, no financial institution will look at you when your business is not more than 3 years. No bank. So that's off the table. So when you're a startup and you are not lucky to have a family member or something, then that is off the table. I'm bringing this in because of the word you use, innovative. And so if you're a startup, your surest banker is to look for OPR, other people's resources. Because debt is off the table. I don't want to mention any, but at least I'm a modest, good customer of a bank, a very big bank, that if the top 10 customers of that bank in SME are being looked at, I could be looked at. And I always tell my chairman, from April, May, that I finished paying my working capital. It's taking the bank 6 months to renew my working capital facility. So even if me, and so if you're a startup, your innovative financing approach is OPR, other people's resources. And there are a lot of startups that go that route. If you are like us, then you have to look at banks. You also have to look at creditors, suppliers, finance, and you have to look at, you can also look at some OPR. Because for me, for the past 2-3 months, what I've sustained is going to friends and say, Charlie, can you give me 7 million? Can you do this? Can you do this? And I keep on rolling over. Aside of that, equity in other parts of the world, and I'm speaking within the context of the Ghanaian business environment. If you want to go equity, it will take you years from distance to cash.
when you start processes and all that, so I sit here, if you ask what innovative finance did you start with and has brought you here? I started with facilities and loans from my parents, my uncles, my family people. And when I get to a stage, I leverage on supplies credit. So that is what, within the context of what I know, that's what I want to say. I don't want to go the European and all those things because you don't even need the collateral in those countries to go for a facility. All that you need is your ideation. Put your ideation down, let your ideation be devil advocated and critiqued. And if you're able to defend it,
So, do you have something there? Okay, so let me check in this. In the morning, we had the Minister of Agriculture being with us for the morning session, and he spoke about a couple of issues. We are also very much aware that the current government and previous governments have always having at least as part of their program to push agriculture and agriculture. So if you are consulted to offer one suggestion on how these small and medium scale enterprises that all governments want to push the agribusiness agenda, and a viable financing arrangement that will inure to the benefits of the average agribusiness, what would that be? Just one. What would that be?
Very difficult question, but since the minister is speaking, maybe the government has devoted some capital for such. Unfortunately, we live in an environment where we don't have anything like angel helps. Like Kwame was saying, elsewhere, startups have some angel credits. But here we don't have that. Equity, like you were saying, is also a very difficult round to go because the equity investors that we've had in Ghana have had two equities in my business. They nearly collapsed my business. Yes. Because I think you are buying into my idea and want to come. When they come in, they dictate, sometimes they don't come in for the reason why they came. So it's a very difficult thing. Governments, yes, we can trust them, but it depends on what kind of policy they are bringing to be, because we are all doing this Feed Ghana, part of the program, but we have plans and people are important so much to the country. So if I were here, I would have asked that question.
Thank you very much. What I want to tell each and every one of us is that we shouldn't depend on government for anything. When it comes, it's a bonus. But to depend solely on government, the government has promised. So they will look at the number of people and the number of demands on their table. So policies keep changing. So you should, what I want to say is you should be of yourself. That's why I said that start small. You know, when you start small and you have something on the table, I remember when I started, I was doing some work here on campus. It's not agribusiness alone that I do other things. Space to space and all those things. We're doing those times. I had to take a loan from Ashima Farmer Ramba, 30 Ghana cedis in 2002. And it was like a big money. My sister and a cousin had to come and sign for me. Now, there's the bank that I work with, even about 3 million Ghana cedis. If I say I need it right now, I may not even go there. They will sign and then bring everything or ask you where do you want the money to be, all that, because of where I am. But look at the 30 Ghana cedis those days. How I struggled before I could get that money. And since then, I've not actually gone to banks to actually take monies, but I've depended on like one thing at a time. So I always tell people, the dreaming big is there. You want to make it. You want to take the whole world. Can you do something small about your area? Bible says that I'm a Christian. He who is faithful in little, much will be committed to him. You want to take the whole world. The little within your area, you are not going to make some small money out of it. You cannot sit there and say, I'm waiting to get millions and start something. No. And never depend on government. You can, I've been telling people, for example, I have plantations, I have seedlings, and you, especially the younger ones coming, you are good in technology, I mean, social media and all that. You can market things. You can come, people come to me, and they market things that are not their products. But I have, margins for them. So they are selling, but it's not their product. But they actually pay for it from me. You get it. And with that, at a point, you can also get some capital. And then you can be on your own. You can come together. I've always told people that try and then make sure that you register a business. Because even if government is going to deal with people, they will not deal with individuals, they will deal with business entities. So if you are in the final year, first year, or whichever year, whatever stage you find yourself, whether you are a father, mother, or whether you have not even thought of any business yet, just go and register. Register, have something. Because there can be an opportunity. The other time I checked, 52% of Sub-Saharan Africa, the population, 52% is sustained by agribusiness. And then 70% of the GDP of Sub-Saharan African countries are also sustained by agribusiness. And 60% of the world unused arable lands are in Africa. So meaning that we have a very huge potential and opportunity. So we need to tap them along this line. You can go to the bank, but you have to start something on your own. The bank will always want to look at what have you done. Other than that, you cannot just come, they will not trust you. And also don't trust government so much. They are doing their best, but don't put your hope on them. It's not like they will lie to you, but they have a lot to deal with. So think about yourself.
Thank you very much. So this is what we are going to do. We will come to the audience and take 2 questions for this slide. But before we come to the audience, I would want to find out from you. This gathering is Ghana Association of Agricultural Economists. These are undergraduate, postgraduate students, graduates. These are researchers, lecturers. What role do you think that a gathering like this, a group like this, can play in establishing and growing sustainable agribusinesses in Africa? How do you think that we can work together within that? What role can we play in order to achieve our vision of establishing and growing sustainable businesses in Africa?
Let me say this. Some of us, we have something like entrepreneurs are born, then some also say they are trained or they are made. Personally, growing up, I'd always wanted to work for myself. So though I was working in the gold mining industry, I still wanted to work for myself. What I want to say, for the researchers, the postgraduates, the undergraduates, and all that, you guys do a lot of projects. You come out with projects, you come out with ideas. Anytime I've been in a forum like this, I say this, I'm going to say it again. When you come out with an idea, like Kwame was saying, use other people's resources. When you come out with an idea, If those resources you are seeking, if they are not coming from a family, and it's coming from, say, me, they are not freelance anyway. So I may want to take maybe a bite of whatever idea you have. Initially, I said, unfortunately, we don't have angel investors, but they could be creative. So you have an idea, you bring the idea out. I think the university could do the students good by inviting industry into some of your project defenses. People could see some projects and maybe discuss. But the main thing is, if I see your project is good and I want to invest into it, I want to take percentage. Those guys normally don't want that. I don't know, but develop an idea and others of the public. Okay. But it's negotiable. So guys, think about that. I think that's one of the innovative ways you could raise money to do your business. For me, the challenge I want to throw to a forum like this, how the forum will position agribusiness as a gem. Because if among us we have researchers on fish, poultry, many of the value chain, and we've done most of those research and leave those researches in the cupboards and the drawers and all those things. How do you position those researches in the mind of a people, potential buyers, potential financiers, potential this, and the day the current government announced the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, I was with somebody, and the person said, he said, let me say, for me, one of the best announcements I've heard is this. That's why I say that's yes. You know what? The Ministry of Food of Agriculture concentrates on production. The Ministry of Trade is trade. Sometimes you even bring an equipment and you go here, they say there is no policy for it. You go here, they say there is no policy for it. But agribusiness is bringing business to agriculture. And you economists, if agriculture is the raising, the planting of foods and raising of animals for human consumption and satisfaction, and if economics is a social science that studies the relationship between demand and supply and all those things, how will this forum, every time that you make a research and position into the industry and challenge industry for industry by and move from research ideation to actualization, whether you are even giving it for free for somebody to do it, take money out of it. For me, that is my challenge to this forum and subsequent one. Position your research, position your thinking, and ensure that it's so attractive and convincing for people to invest in and turn it into a business. Thank you, Jerry.
If you have a question, let me see your hand up. Okay, so I see 2 hands up now. Say the third is the name, so setting in the name. Christian, let's start from The lady who
You want
is
to wait,
also
you want to wait.
a student, let's start from her. Profitable, I see, I'll come to you, please, I'll come to you. And please, let's be very, very brief with the questions, no preamble questions. My time, they have written something from here. So. All right, thank you. Bye.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, how do you strike a balance between being economic with someone who wants to start more? Trying to balance the business in the way. So, how do you manage these two together? Let's take a when you start.
Let's take it together. Let's take it together.
So much moderator and executives. The topic is sustaining or sustainable agribusiness in Africa. I see those we are attempting to copy, which is the developed world, as we say, private trade. So the private sector, they control the economy. This is the case we are discussing sustainable agribusiness in Africa. To our special experience entrepreneurs. Why is it so difficult? And before that, I see that they start, you mentioned family businesses, and they continue. Now we have the game, we have all those, and you see family businesses that continue. As we sit here, we are over 100. I must commend you for taking the lead. I was asking myself, if each should start something in the next 10 years, it's more like a family business, and we are continuing, what will happen? Or should it be like we are being trained and we are looking for jobs? So what is the main cause why we are not able to in Africa understand family businesses catch up? Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We take the next one, forget.
Right. Thank you very much. I'm Franklin Mabe from UDS. But the topic and then the discussion has been very interesting. But my challenge is that the human resource, those you are supposed to, maybe you start a business, you cannot be there to take care of the business. Maybe you have 2, 3 businesses. But the people you keep the business to manage, how do we deal with it? Especially those who have been able to manage this. Because I'm saying this because some of us have entered into businesses and it has not been easy. Just last week, one of my PhD students came to me. About 3 years ago, he came, he's buying cattle, trying to fatten them and sell. He bought this cattle, fattened them, and just last 3 months, the Fulani man ran away with the cattle. And very serious. So how do you trust not only that, but maybe personally, I have an international school. The teachers have recruited and they are teaching in the school. The attitude to work is and you find it difficult to manage them. So how did you manage your staff? Thank you.
So let's take this one.
Why is just in the last 4 years, we started a business with around 5,000 currencies. And
That was last year. We did around $50 million last year. And this year, we have been around $80 million. We have invoices that over that still gets the money and never pay. So like we said, you have to start small, and then we'll be able to bring a lot of people on. We need to also get partners, families and friends. Once we start the business model with them, and very I'm sure what they will come afford, and then join the business. Thank you.
So let's take the meeting and then we'll take responsibility from the panel.
Thank you very much. My name is Maureen, and I'm very happy to be back. I'd like to comment here. So the person that HEI is one of the biggest associations in Ghana business. And I want to find out from you what have you learned from industry in terms of the students coming out of an university. When it comes to work with you, what are the gaps? And what would you suggest to do to encourage more of us to join you in the industry? Is it that the general part of that training is not practical enough? Or is it that the challenges out there are just too much for us? We are not resilient enough to, say that I would like to work with in a bigger for us.
All right, so let's do this. The current CPI chairman picked the last question already. Then the first question was directed Mr. Samuel who will handle balancing how to start successful business and also putting a work on managing my resources.
Yes, sir. The students that are coming out of the university, I would say they are not bad. In fact, I've been taking some of them on internships and national service, and I even employ some of them. I have an agreement with College of Engineering and KSTU because they are customers. They are very good. The only thing is they want things too quick. I mean, they are in a hurry to make life, if I should put it that way. They don't have time. I mean, when they come in and they see the MD driving his vehicle, they want the next year, they also have, or 2 years, they have the vehicle. So they don't have time. Otherwise, they are good. They are very good.
Balancing business with salary with how bigger resources.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam. I think before you start the business, you have to think about the market for it. Market is very, very important. That is what will drive the business. Other than that, you will discourage. I tell people about Indian, those who do that illegal thing. Indian, they're weak. No subsidy for it. Nobody gives them money different for what they're doing. But because there's market for it, go and hide your product. Cultivate risk, bringing it and then putting it in things and labeling it different with different levels. And sometimes they can be caught. Sometimes they are not good. And because there's market for it, they keep growing, they keep getting money for it. Before you start something, you have to look for the off-takers. The people who take it for you, or where you can sell that business or that product, or whatever you want to do. You don't just start for starting sake. Other than that, your money will go its way, and nothing will be coming out. So that is also very important.
So how you handle marriage, especially you, I know now you are paying, getting paid. Certainly,
beyond one man show. How do you manage your human resource to ensure that things keep working even when you are not around?
But before then, why
is it difficult to start personal family?
sustainability? It's I mean, when you look at entrepreneurs who have sweated their blood, it's because the African successful businessman and entrepreneur will make money and take his kids to go to school abroad. To go to school abroad. When the kids finish, they don't like it, so they become disconnected. My first born was at Michigan State University. Third year going to final year, sharp. Oh, he came. Third year going to final year. Engineering with supply chain. I said, Kofi, you're not going anywhere. He said, go and do that. I'm not going to sign your I-20 for you to go back there. You're schooling here. Because of the course he was doing, no liberal arts, difficult getting school for. So even if first year you start here, then you cannot going to do that. I took him to a school. I don't want to mention it because he's near his kid brother. So I'm talking about intentional. We have to be intentional. We have to let the kids walk at our feet and handwork them. So some of us learned it late, especially if they are the boys. Please let them be here. As for the girls, let them go. I don't know how many of you knows Professor Tamonde. He always tell me and give me a quote in the Bible. He said, the heart of man is perpetually evil. And you can find that context within our mindset in this. Our mindset is wrong. All of us, without excuse. If you look at what is happening in Galamsey, it's because of mindset. If you ask the church, some of us will go and give millions to farmers to plant for us. And when they harvest, they will go and sell. They will not give. So our mind, one of the things that education should do is to bring back courtesy for boys and girls. And let people, our mindset is wrong. But even with the Gen Z, they want to become more I'm traveling out to Asia. That's going to be my fifth travel for the year. In a year, I've been out of country cumulatively almost 7 months. But my business is running. Blue Sky is a multi-million-dollar business. The owner sits in UK and it's being run. How we, as Mackenzie put it, of the 7 S's, you need to get your structure, your systems. But we don't put effort in nurturing our systems. We don't put effort in nurturing our structure. So structure systems will disconnect sometimes the human effort. And that is what young entrepreneurs and businesses will need to do. Grow your systems, grow your structures. Grow your systems, grow your structures.
all your shared value. Because if you have strong values, and people go through the values, they understand, this is not that. This is not that. At least it goes a check. I resigned from Unilever. Fine. Because when I started this business, I had a warehouse. I have 10,000 bags of maize. My first operation dryer. The guy was all charts. I was monitoring the prices. It was going like this. Say, hey, calling this guy for somebody to go and take the maize. I called the guy. He was not picking. Call. He was not picking. I sent somebody go to. They say, where will you go? Hey. I moved from Kumasi to Sudan. The coin, what? I've never seen. So I said the next year, I said, what am I doing? Let me resign and go and take care of my own thing. And so from that time, system.
So that is Mr. Inspector's resilience. The systems. Shall we take a minute from Mr. Yamiche and a minute from Dr. as closing remarks?
I will also say systems. I learned it fast, not by him. My son completed KNUST, medical engineering. He wanted to do engineering, but he's now
this one.
my deputy manager. And he's following my steps. So we don't want a situation where we become old and die and go down business collapse. So systems. I mean, I've been chasing people around, putting people in prison because they steal my oil. Now, so like I said, systems.
All right, so Dr. Rasmussen, thank you very much. I think I also go by what they are saying, and I will also say that we have to be intentional, as he mentioned. Myself, my first boy, who also completed KUST, I agreed, and he didn't like agriculture, but I took him there because he had a lot of issues. But now I have about 100 workers I pay monthly basis, and now he's managing all of them. And he has been bringing a lot of ideas on board, and he himself too, I pay him lucratively, and indirectly we think through things together. So he has seen that he has been involved. People pick up people. You can see that he's also valued in a way. So now he's keeping most of the things for me when I'm not there. He keeps, when I travel outside the country, he's there, he'll be giving me reports. We call him, seconds, he'll pick everything. And he's also bringing technology and other things. Some of the places you have to use, some of the places, other systems that we need, software that we have to use and all that. He has that current knowledge. He's also bringing them on board now. And he's now baptized into
all right, so it's been amazing. What else can I say? It's been amazing hearing from the combined experience of these people. I told you from the onset that it's going to be amazing and it will catch that. So even that we can take note that for agribusinesses to be sustainable, we need a coherent policy. We need to understand whatever value chain that we want to enter into. Market is the fundamental. If you have market, you have business. Without market, you don't be there. And then we need to pay attention to the raw materials. It ought to be of quality source. In terms of financing, as a young person, debt financing, we are going to understand that it's not up on the table. And therefore, we can explore OPR, other people's resources. And I mean, as the end, for sustainable businesses, we need to have a very solid succession plan, and it's about building resilience in terms.
resilience, and resiliency. I think we can only say a big thank you to Dr. Erasmus Tete. Almost in the past 3 programs that I've attended on agribusiness, I mean, he's there. He has a wealth of experience and he actually has the zeal and the heart for agribusiness, agri-economics, and business. And for Mr. T, I mean, you see the passion that he speaks with. And I mean, for some of us, we do not know that beyond cereals and other things, now Mr. T is also into poultry processing big time. And if you say that he can be outside the country 7 out of the 10 months and the business will run. Yes, indeed. The last time was in Canada. I think he's in Canada. He's a multinational broker, and he has built a very successful business. So we are grateful for your time. We know how much you need to sacrifice to be here, and Mr. Team, all of them. In addition to being here, also they were generous enough to also sponsor the conference. Yeah, we are very grateful. Mr. Yapiche, Dr. Tete, we do not take this opportunity for granted at all. And I will say that on behalf of the National Executive Committee, on behalf of the LOC, and on behalf of all GAI members, we want to say that God bless you. And we hope that this relationship will continue to be sustainable. And then anytime that the need arises, we call on you to avail yourself. God bless you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause to that. So the take-home message of this session is baptism and system. Yes. Thank you for sharing your rich experience with us. Actually, we have one more session to go. Yeah, I am. The time is today. But we need to find ourselves so that we know we can have some time for the dinner to wind down. Technical setting now. Under the topic management of hazardous losses and food waste, which will be chaired by Dr. BCIA from SARI. Then room 2 will be under the topic sustainable agriculture and food security, chaired by Paul Henry from CDS. And then room 3 under the topic agricultural finance, agri-food market development, agri-food market development, which will be chaired by Dr. Ipon Mensan. So we have time to go to our session with Buffy. I don't know announcement. Tomorrow, we will straight into the technical session. And it's a starting line on 8:30 by 10 done. So that afterwards we will have the time with AAP. Yeah, so please, tomorrow, those who are going to university, you will be there. Those who are coming to the main auditorium to join those because this place will be reserved for virtual presentation. We kindly note, tomorrow morning we are moving straight into the technical session. We have done so well, participants, and I thank all of us. That is a big round of applause. Thank you very much
agricultural finance, and agri-food markets.
Somehow.
Our first presenter will be presenting online tomorrow morning, so we'll skip to the second presenter. So assessing the effect of direct financing mechanism on agro-climatic advisory services in Northern Ghana. Please, technician, can you put that one on for us? Assessing the effect of direct.
The person's name.
Miss Maury Erikia Odoi.
This one. I think it should check the email. Yes. Check.
I sent an email to your colleague who gave me.
Email.
They were to do the evidence. Check if that's the last.
The one with this one. Oh. Aaron, is Aaron around here? Or I did already. Okay, so. If we have put it today, I think we can use our.
It's not for us. No, it's not for us. So the person we're not taking it away. So control it for you here for you. So you will control them. Make it start.
So, Madam, that one,
Yeah, you had a lot of minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Pauline Roy. I'm presenting type of assessment effects of direct financial mechanisms of adult advisory services in Northern Ghana. So background, government funding government has a bigger constraints for smallholder farmers in Northern Ghana, and this one reflected the need for innovative financial mechanisms for smallholder farmers access to acres for agricultural advisory to improve their productivity and income. Climate change as well is negatively impacting green production in North. Innovative finance models all over the world, financial models involve private and the finance. And there are several institutions that are supporting climate extension services. However, the system should be many farmers to rely on informal networks for advice. NGOs and CBOs are also supporting in terms of working for addressing issues. However, often these are constrained by lack of resources and government supports. My problem statement is that there are three areas: climate finance, lack of affordable finance, and also female farmers having challenges when it comes to access to resources. My research questions are: what are the types of finance mechanisms and effects on acres for smallholder grain farming? And the objective is to assess the types of finance mechanisms, the use of acres for smallholder grain farmers in Northern Ghana. Specifically, to identify the types of financial mechanisms available for acres in Northern Ghana, and to establish the extent of access of acres by male and female smallholder grain farming. Next. My identification, my theoretical framework uses the random utility theory and the intersectionality gender theory. Because of time, I'm going to the details. Next. Conceptual framework describes the basic key actors, the finance mechanism, the institution, the service provided, the channel, and the main partner, in terms of selecting the appropriate Next. So, this particular one I use more or less, I use.
Program
quantitative, analysis and also.
Was it?
And
It's about
to address the
what's
factors
the issue?
that affect fluent use of ACAT. The model specified here. Next. I use three choices when it comes to ACAT. And ACAT basically is an integrated bundle of agro-climatic advisory services. Has two components. Right. So ECAT has two components. The one is the climate information services, then the other is climate smart agricultural services. So when combined, and selected three that the farmers will use in terms of selecting the one that they issue.
Yeah, you are sure that it will be here tomorrow. I will agree. So you have the pointer now.
All right. The one is water management and irrigation, which has climate information for the and have crop planning and weather forecast, and then when
We would say
my
different program.
the possibly selected two regions, North and Savannah, and four districts selected, and the possibly selected farming community, and got to use a project called AGRA and Spain. So the possibly selected because of the project. Simple random company. Project now, project now use the hard calculation process to derive 706 respondents, was accountable by 10%. So we have 730 respondents. This is my study area. This is the sampling framework. Now for the results from the socioeconomic graduates from the respondents, and I'll focus on if you look at the under education, you will realize that for the pool results, female compared to male, more female had no formal education. And when you intersect that with access to finance, you also see that access to finance, when it comes to access to finance, we have 31% for female compared to 6. And so that in itself tells you a story. When it comes to no access to finance, more women, more females have less access to finance compared to male. Down the main sources of finance, you also realize that when it comes to funds, males have 21% in terms of access to finance. Then when you come down, you see that under VSA, which is village savings and loan, you will see that there is a 12% when it comes to females. And then there's 11% for male. But when it comes to the VSLA and friends, family and friends that we have, VSLA is more or less all community groups coming together, putting some small money together, and after when they need finances, they're able to go back and collect that money, go back and then buy that food scheme, and they invest back into their own farm. But you realize that under village savings and loan, female at 34%, means to pay them smallholder female when it comes to access to finance. Similarly, family and friends, you realize that females have 27%, then men have 1%. This informal access to finance is what actually supports a lot of smallholder green farming in our. So we also realize that under the farmer specific and farm specific factors, you see that under married, most of them are married, 80% for female and 73% for male, which then tells you about the norms in that region, that marriage is one thing that is useful for smallholder grain farming, provides labor and also support other activities. It is the norm that is appreciated in the northern part of Ghana. However, if you come to no education or no formal education, you realize that the education level among women is so high compared to the male, and that has an issue. When you intersect that with the financial issue, you realize that because of the high on education among females, their access to finance is related to informal sources of finance, which in itself has an issue when it comes to the disparities that we find later on. So for the results from the types of financing mechanism, we identified 6 categories: commercial banks, research institutions, NGOs, private companies, government, and informal sources. These are the institutions that come together offering support or finance, expertise, in the smallholder grain farming sector. In terms of finding out more about the challenges and sustainability, these types of institutions we identified the source, and for grants, we realized that international donors, government, multilateral organizations are the key source. They are advantages, but they are able to offer free or subsidized agroclimatic advisory services that support or help smallholder grain farming. However, as we said this morning, the reliance on external funding sometimes makes it a bit difficult to continue when it comes to offering services. So there are a lot of them that we listed, but I'd like us to also look at, apart from government funding and commercial loans, I'd like us to look at the VSLA where community groups come together to provide self-service when it comes to financing. It enhances local resilience. And one of the sustainable is that there should be contribution from the local community, and this offers that. However, it is limited when it comes to the local capacity of smallholder farmers, which also have an issue. We have subscription fees, which is also very sustainable, but the service providers will have to get a subscription fee, and then it provides them with the more sustainable revenue base. However, when it comes to the poorer or vulnerable groups, they are not able, they are excluded. A minute to go, so I'm going to run. This gives you an overview of the frequency, and you see that grants is the highest, which has achieved for sustainability. And extent of service, just watch quickly, unaware. A lot of smallholder female grain farmers are aware, and so are the male. But when it comes to the youth, you see that there is a high level of no access to the service. Though they are aware of the services, when it comes to it's very low use. So the fact that people are aware of the service does not necessarily translate into things. That's something that the practice should help us to come up with an issue solution.
Yeah.
Sources of information, same trend. Identify. So keep in mind, I have a percentage of adult males are aware. A considerable proportion of respondents remain unaware. So a relatively high percentage of individuals without awareness is an issue to look at. And access to ACAS remains relative across all. Now, ACAS, when you look at it into like totality, the frequency of on a daily basis, about 38% actually receive ACAS services season, and so weekly. So that's regular use based on the daily and weekly use of ACAS, which is very, very good amount response. Lots of time, I have just 30 seconds ago. This gives you an idea. Age and marital status, education, land tenure, access to finance, information channels, and gender differences were some of the factors that influence access to data. I conclude by saying that financing mechanism effects have been both positive and negative on data, and there's a need for a balanced financing portfolio with which grants help to improve short-term access. Subscription, however, ensures continuity but exclude the poor. Grants dominate, which signals that there's a risk of dependency, and blended finance is recommended to enhance resilience and scale. And for gender equity, channel coordinating must be considered because VSLA has the potential that we can use for both finance as well as ACAS service. And these are some of the key conclusions. The recommendations to strengthen VSLA and microfinance with gender-responsive loan portfolios for products and strengthen policy and partnerships to reduce financial barriers. We should expand extensive remote areas, tailor training. We should reduce collateral requirements for loans. We should leverage corporate sponsorship for digital ACAS development. And finally, we should integrate ACAS into VSLA activities. We should employ blended finance to mainstream gender equity through a national ACAS insurance scheme, and we should ensure consistent budget from government dedicated to ACAS and develop rural outreach programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Take your seat. Very much. So we are not going to take the discussion right away. We'll take all the three and then we'll do the discussion right after the discussants. Then we ask questions and then we come. So let's pick the next presenter. The next presenter is going to be Mr. Ruben Amauda is going to present on maize, farm labor, inputs, and output relationships.
It was like,
So then you have also 10 minutes. Please make it start.
maybe we go talk back. You didn't bring a slide here.
Have you given me a slide?
Did you bring your slide here?
Today.
So we submit.
So maybe Ruby or Facebook. Okay, so let's see that. Which room?
I can even give it to you.
Okay, then give it to us. Okay, so let's Elsie, please present for us the load for. So I will take our next presenter. You can see the other one, right? Yeah. The next presenter. Please. The next presenter is the. Okay, so Elsie, where is no, it's not there. So we are going to load this slide.
Slideshow.
So that's very
no, we don't know who's next.
Also out.
Yes.
Why? She's afraid of being again. She's graduated. I'm not going to. She can come in. All right. So first we are sorted it out. Then let's have the discussion. Please. Or you are you going to be finished very soon?
You don't even have to right? You have to right?
Elsie? Okay, so you are here. Please load a slide so that we can have it.
They, senior administrative convention. Present the impact of formal credit cards and the loan payment of
The other one. Yes. Yeah. Click on it, click on it, click on it.
Okay.
Okay, so mango production is one of the senior jobs in the Europe industry, which is aiding in perfect allegation. And it actually contributes a lot to the export demand in the country. Although it has a very high export demand, we are not meeting the demand because the sector is faced with a lot of constraints. Notable among them is the financial constraints we are facing, mainly because the methods through which credit is delivered to these farmers are not able to meet farmers' demand, timely demand for the credit that they need for their production, and they are not able to repay this loan on time. Building on this, the problem is that, as I've already said, we are not able to meet our export demand mainly because we are faced with credit constraints. Creditors are rationing or denying farmers credit scores. The loan risk of the loan riskiness of their business, the history of loan defaults has tended to give them a very bad credit rate. So farmers are being denied of credit. And farmers, on the other hand, are also complaining of the bureaucratic processes they have to go through before they receive their loans and the short repayment period. Some of the terms and conditions these loans come with are not in line with their production needs. So in the end, there is a conflicting challenge in the supply and the demand side of credit, which is not helping farmers making productive use of the loans they are given to repay their loans on time. And the creditors, on the other hand, are also recording very high rates of loan defaults. To The reason of doing this work is that although several works have looked at issues regarding high interest rates, strict repayment period, credit rationing, and what creditors look for, no work has really looked at the types of credits we have, how it affects profit, and how it also impacts loan repayment capacity, translating these three things. So I'm looking at this to see and contribute to the knowledge or the literature we have in this part. The main objective of this work is to evaluate the credit types given by farmers and their impact on the loan repayment capacity of macro farmers. Specifically, I'll look at the credit types available to mango farmers and those that they opted for. I'll also assess the impact of these credit types on the profits of mango farmers and also the impact of the credit types on their loan repayment capacity. The work was done in the Ilo Kobo district. 206 farmers were interviewed, and out of the 6 were excluded, the reason is stated in the appendix, and 5 out of 4 formal credit institutions were also interviewed. And this is also the sampling procedure used. Now, the work is based on this theory for the demand side, based on the rational choice theory, and on the supply side, based on the relationship lending theory and the information extraction theory. This is also the conceptual framework on which the work was based on to do. And we see that the farmer socioeconomic characteristics, the farm characteristics, and the social characteristics all affect the type of credit delivered or its combination. And the farmer side level of output and the farmer success also affect the type of credit delivered. It also affects the access to productive resource, which then relates to the profitability and also affects loan repayment capacity. Now, the first objective where we are looking at the credit types available to farmers and those they opted for, we are going to use the shooting statistics to analyze that. And on the second objective where we are assessing the impact of credit types on the profits and also the credit types on the loan repayment capacity. These 2 objectives should be analyzed using the Bostonian endogenous switch regression. So objective 1, we identified 4 different types of loans: the crop loan, input loan, group loan, and personal loan. But we found only 6 respondents or 6 farmers who were going for the personal loan, so we excluded that from the responses. Now we made a combination of these 3 types of loan, the remaining 3, the crop, input, and the group loans, and we saw that those who went for input loans only, they had the highest frequency in the municipality, and those who took crop loans and group loans together had the lowest frequency. Now, this is also the statistics of the farmers in the region, and we go straight to the impact analysis that I did. Now, what we see here is that given the various combinations, the treatment groups that we have, compared to those who did not take any form of loan at all, we see that farmers who took all 3 types of loan, those who took the crop loan, input loan, and group loan, recorded the highest impact of profits, as you can see, and those who took the input loan only had the lowest impact on their profit. Now, as we look at the impact on loan repayment capacity, someone would think that definitely if those who took all 3 are having the highest profit, then we expect that they should have the highest loan repayment capacity. But it turns out that those who are taking the group loans only are having the highest loan repayment capacity, and those who took the input loan only recorded the least loan repayment capacity impacts. Now, to the conclusion, the work I did, I found that there are 3 different types of loan available to farmers in the region. However, personal loans have been excluded. 4, but the personal loans have been excluded. And the prominent combination used in the region are those who go for the input loans only. And the least used combination is those who combine the group and the crop loan together. It's also found that farmers who use all 3 types of loan recorded the highest impact on profits, and those who took only the input loan had the least impact on profits. Also, the impact on loan repayment capacity, we see that it follows the different trend. Those who took the group loans only had the highest loan repayment capacity, and those who took the input loan only had the least impact on their loan repayment capacity. So to our recommendation, we see that I suggest that we match credit terms, the farming cycle of farmers. We match it in terms that the repayment structure that we give to farmers, we should align it with when the fruits, the mango fruits and then the seed. Because you know that mango is a seasonal crop. So if you give the farmer a loan and then immediately the next month after you want to take it back, there's not going to put through. Let's align it, and then next, government and NGOs want to help farmers, and by giving them credit, should look at combining cash and non-cash cash and food features, because that is what has the highest load impact. So they should combine those when they are trying to farmers credit, instead of giving them only the cash or only the inputs alone. And also, they should also enhance giving farmers credit as a group, because it also helps in repayment due to the group account that they have. These are the references, and thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now we can have Ruby's presentation, then we can have discussion. So Ruby.
You have it.
Before they set slide, meet you. My name is Ruby, and I supposed to Bismarck, Dr. Bismarck, I'm supposed to present this, but he asked me to present it. So we are presenting on maize farm labor inputs and output relationship in the role of credits in this relationship. So access to credit helps smallholder farmers to buy inputs like seed, fertilizer, chemicals, and other something like high labor use mechanization, which can also raise productivity. In Ghana, the most smallholder farmers are low income and constraints. So lack of credit is something that's evident for a while now. There is some few government programs or policies that is a new input credit system, and then the new one that we have, but still there is issue with access to credit. Labor is a major cost component in this production, which we are also we are going to look at it in this project. Many farmers still face high interest rates, demand and perceived risk from lenders. They underuse inputs and high labor. Our problem here is actually previous studies actually link credit to single outcomes, like efficiency. Some have done something on efficiency alone, cost and intensity alone, but few examine jointly. So what we are actually doing is we are actually combining the labor costs, input costs, and outputs together and see their relationship. So why are we doing this? So what's the justification for this? Understanding how credit shape input purchase, labor hiring, and live together can guide better program design. And then contextual factors like soil fertility, timing, varieties, economic practices may weaken their credit to productivity limits. These are our objectives. The first one is to describe maize farmers' labor sources and cost per acre. Quantify input types, quantities, and the cost per acre. Then to estimate the relationship between the labor cost, input cost, and use. So that's the main thing that they are doing here. And identify the effect of the credit on these three outcomes. So this is our methodology. We use primary data from Sisala West District in the Upper West Regional Ghana.
and we use the multi-stage sampling techniques. In the first simple random sample was used to select 10 communities. The communities selected are named below because of time. The second stage actually the simple random sampling, where we selected 30 maize farmers. These are the conceptual framework and the model estimation. First, we actually use the nearest two-step topics with heterogeneous regressors, and we put the heterogeneous to actually cater for homogeneity issues. And we also use linear regression with heterogeneous treatment effects. We also cater for boosting homogeneity issues. We also use 3-stage square regression for these three outputs. So these are our findings. This is the descriptive result. So we actually have the variables, their description, the mean and the standard deviation, the minimum and the maximum. So let me pick one because of time. I can't explain all. Example, when you take age, the average age of the farmers are 37 years. And then the minimum or the least, the youngest farmer is 18 years. And then the old one is 70 years. Because of time, I'll move to the next one. Then main comparison of the difference, the characteristics, the same thing that we are doing, but this time we are trying to see some main difference. Magnitude and cost of maize farm labor per acre. So here we have land preparation, plant fertilizer application, and other ones, and we total it. So we demarcate it between the number of labors employed. So we have the family and the hire. So example, when you take the land preparation and the credits, we divide it. So when you take family, we have credits, non-credits, and the main difference in that way. Here, okay, because of time, I will go to the main. Okay, this is the two-step topics with the homogeneous regressors. So we want to actually see what are the influencing factors. So when we take one equation, example, maize outputs. For the maize outputs, age here does not have any effects. But when you look at the second stage, the labor cost, age is an influencing factor. Then when you come to gender, when you take gender, for maize outputs, gender is an influencing factor. So gender, you determine it, male and female. So here, the male is one, and the female is there. So here, the male is an influencing factor. And we do that for other one. Here is labor cost, input cost, and the maize output relationships. So this is just a continuation of the first table. Here is the three-stage equation where we estimate labor cost, input cost, and the maize output relationship. So here, like before, when we take age also have a significant effect at 10% upper level. And when we take gender does not, household precision, and others. Here is our impact analysis. And when you take, here is our impact analysis. When you take labor, access to credit have effects on the labor. Here is have effects, but one interesting thing is the maize output, access to credit does not have an effect here. So in conclusion, in terms of access to credit, 45% of the farmers have access. And then in terms of labor, family labor dominates. And then input, and when it talks of inputs and then yield, credit users purchase more inputs and spend more. Because of time, I'll go to the policy implications. So we have some policy implications for the finding. we have policy implication for districts agriculture or the MOPA. And the recommendation is they should partner with it with basic financial literacy. And for governments, they should expand what govern of grower fees, align input subsidies with credits and others. So we also have recommendation for future research. So we actually recommend that we should use panel data for similar research in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please take your seat. All right. So now it's time for the discussions. The discussion. I'll call the first discussion. Yes.
I will take this put this up.
Maureen did a good job by doing it was quite clear. But there's some few things that were done. He said that when interest rates, I think the aim is to help on this, just to bring down the cost of what production. But it's so we always tend to borrow and borrow and borrow. This most of the time. So now they get rid of But the end of it's rather the big companies who tend to enjoy from reduced interest rather than that's the issue. Even then this issue of microfinance and then PSL. But I think
Thank you very much. And we'll give you time to react. Have our second discussion here. We don't. All right. You are the second discussion. Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you for your presentation, which again was clear. So I have some questions. One, I feel descriptive statistics should have, and the result of descriptive statistics should have helped us understand who the macro farmers are, what their capacity are. I feel that would have perhaps introduced us to subjects from the study. Well, then also, result on descriptive statistics, they also have social as well. What types of loans? Are they formal loans or informal loans? You didn't clarify whether it was only formal loans or it was a mix of formal and informal loans. Okay, then again, what percentage of repayments for each of those loans? Eventually use three categories of loans. So for instance, for the first, let's say input loans, say out of 100% input descriptives, how many percent of them are paid before you go to the so so the second question I have is that how was loan repayment capacity measured? You didn't really define it. So is it loan repayment capacity that is the ability to repay or actual repayment? You didn't clarify that. I feel that that was also important to do. Lastly, I feel that for your research, I think that it's also important to maybe you could explore formal versus informal loans in terms of the impact of formal versus informal, if you have data on profits and then repayment. I think that will also give us some insight. Thank you very much.
Very much. So sorry. Let's have a next.
Thank you for your presentation. I think it was a great presentation. I was able to follow. I don't have much to say. You kept saying lack of credit. I don't know whether is it that the credit is insufficient, it's not available. When you keep saying lack of credit, I feel like it is insufficient credit. Or maybe the interest rates are high, but not that it's not available at all. And so the second provision I have on your result table, I think you made mention of standard deviation when it came to looking at your second application. And that variable is a double. So I don't know how you get standard deviation for the variable. Yeah, that's the second one. And in your results, when you were presenting, we were making mention of age. I was hoping maybe you give a recommendation. Your results are showing age significant, and maybe a recommendation of that. I did not also find. Maybe also because of time, I was not really able to match your recommendations very well the time of what you presented. So maybe you could link the recommendations to the fine. Maybe it was because of the time, but I wasn't really able to match that very well. Thank you very much.
All right. So we'll give the presenters some few minutes to give responses. Most of it were the recommendation or comments, but we can pay like one or two responses we want to give to clarify this. Then we'll start with Madam Laurie.
Thank you very much. Most of them were recommendations. I'll take that one. And with you asked about the different systems. So the DSME in very, very remote community, I found that both male and female green farmers coming together, and at the end of every market day, they send a small amount of money to that place when they need. It's like every year, but that will come from when you put some money together, they decision to take the money out. Not like a loan from a formal institution, which is like a microfinance institution, very formalized. The BS and the form. It's more or less like going to a common member and bringing some money when I need it out. That with the social, put some money down for rights, but it's a very formalized. Have a whole lot of things that have checked for the one form. And when it comes to the reduction in interest rate, the whole essence of it is the agro-climatic advisory service looks to reduce the risk that the climate poses to smallholder green farmers. So if there are loans that are given to them to help them and it's so high, then it will be the issue. But they're able to reduce their risk by practicing some of these climate smart agricultural practices, and they're able to increase their yields and repay back the loan, and reducing their loan will help them to continue to pay and also make some profit. But if they are not incentivized to do that, then there will be an issue. But if I take a loan to buy seed and I sell and I don't make any profit, I won't be able to pay back. But if the prices are lower, and that's why I recommend blended finance, where other partners like philanthropists can bring their money, government grants, they all bring money together and support keep more units in the area by giving them the information that they need in order to reduce the risk involved while we pay something very small with the same operation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's a mean. So I think the first comment you made was a suggestion, so I'll go on to it. Okay. I'm sorry, in the topic, I did say that formal credit types. I think when I was making my presentation, I forgot to mention to draw your attention to the work is mainly focused on formal credit types, not informal credit types. And the descriptives, as you are saying, that
Although I managed to, I think because of time, I rushed through. But the descriptives, I did it according to the credit combination that I presented earlier on, the three credit combination. And also, how loan repayment capacity was established. So my slide I didn't even put down and put up here, but it was in my appendix, which I didn't show. I'm sorry, one. So loan repayment capacity was estimated at loan amount farmer is supposed to pay in a year, divided by the profit mix. Sorry, the profit the farmer makes in a year divided by the loan amount is supposed to be times 100. So we do that is expressed at the percentage and later converted it to a decimal and used it in the estimation. So I had information, I took data on the loan amount they took, how much they're supposed to pay, and did a profit estimation for each farmer. And that's how I established the loan payment capacity. And also the last point where you were talking about, I think that's also the suggestions. So going forward, I'll also look at.
So thank you very much for your class. Your first one suggestion really appointed. So me mention of lack of then you made mention of can we compute standard deviation for a dummy plot? For the software, yes, it will give you the standard deviation. But what I am thinking about is, does it make sense to compute it for it? Maybe that's where, but the software will give you the standard deviation when you do that. Yes, but I don't need yes. And the last one is also we say recommendation match with them. So we will divide that in the manuscripts when we are doing the revision. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm Dr. Adman, KMST. The first presenter, I think you were comparing VSL to SUSU, and you were saying that SUSU seems to be more formalized than VSL. I think you need to delve more into VSL. That VSL, you see there's a small bank in the community or the group. First of all, they come together as a group, they have their number, there's a constitution. Each member has a passbook. They agree on shares, and then they have social fund. Okay, they charge interest when you come for loan. And at the end, every day, the 2 weeks cycle, at the end of the 52 weeks, that money that they contribute, they lend to each other. They have interest on it. Then they will share out. And so if you have contributed maybe 1,000, maybe at the end of the day, the interest will get higher amount. So it's more very formalized than the society. There's a bank. Some of them belong to the bank. It's so that they can get additional loans. So we will have to delve more into that as well.
So I think that's a recommendation. Since we tend to publish a paper, I think also that VSLA and SUSU should be separated, but there are two entities, right? But I should give to the members, right? Let's do that.
I have a question for second. However, you said you are looking at the formal and your problem statement by what you were saying. When you are giving the rating, they don't look at they look at when you are going to pay, not necessarily based on your production cycle, maybe when you're having the project. But I also thought when it comes to formal rates, yeah, they should be able to know what you're doing with the money. When is the possible time you're going to start paying? Because it doesn't make sense for formal institutions. I don't know correctly. Yeah, they should give you credit based on what you're doing and when you can start paying. Because it doesn't make sense for me to give you credit name for input, for planting, and then I'm asking you the next month to pay back. So I came a bit confused. Maybe with informal, I don't know, maybe you can clarify that.
So for higher education in Ghana, to get credit from any institution, the following money like that. It doesn't matter what you're doing. For the farmers, they say 6 months you start paying.
For instance, if you go from consumer starting, but interest start from that time. And actual time of payment
from the commercial bank. No, savings and loan, that's what they do. But if you go to Ghana commercial bank and you get a loan, then that's what you are paying. All right. So
we didn't know the source also for the loans. So
Okay, so for I 5 issues.
all of them are very secure. So are you directing the question? Which of them?
Question is directed to the second presenter. That is on the, it says that impact of credit types on the loan repayment capacity of mango farmers in Ghana. And so I want to really understand, and because I think loan itself is a type of credit. And so if you can verify that for me. Technologies.
Actually, the thing from literature, credit is something to think. Pay back in the future with or without a future. Only the 30 cash payment, cash, but the company of cash flow, and some of the company inputs they give it, but they don't expect to pay back the stock. They take the produce payment, and when they get the voice without that,
Any more questions? All right. Last one.
So, your topic says impact of credit types on the loan repayment. So, and of course, I find a bit of, confusing with the topics of the same type of credit on the loan repayment. What are the loans? So should we talk about
Any other contribution? All right. So I would like to thank you all for presenting the paper and the idea of this conference. Give young and having professionals like you the opportunity to present your research, get want to thank you for doing that, for coming, and for you, the participants also. I want to thank you very much for your patience in this session. We are meeting tomorrow exactly 8:30 for registration, and then we started exactly 9 o'clock here. So please, tomorrow will be your time, and for the coordinator, we have of the association, I would like to thank you for your participation today. So we are close to the area of capital for anything else. But here you can join the other room, or you have a safe trip to your hotels. Thank you very much.